How are we all doing? It's me. Hello. I got a camera. How cool is that? Morning, Marion. Morning, Clips. Morning, Johannes. Morning, Virginia. This camera's absolutely rubbish, by the way. It's really, really jerky. So I'll probably get a proper one at some point. But anyway, let's go to the charts. How you doing? Morning, Johannes even. Morning, Dwee. Welcome aboard. Stanley, morning. Michael, morning. Morning, Diamond. Isn't it weird? Look. Morning, Satan's flip-flop. How are we all doing? Right, this is a trial. I don't know what this is going to do to my bandwidth, so we'll see what happens. But I don't know whether or not it's going to hold up. So we'll see how we get on today. Right, let's get started. This morning we've got PMIs. So, or rather all day we've got PMIs. So we need to basically keep an eye on the Dax this morning. 8:15. We're probably not going to get much movement before 8:15. So it'll be a 15-minute breakout today on the opening range breakout. And then the same for this afternoon, 1:45. We've got the US dollar PMIs. So we'll be breaking out at 1:45 rather than probably the 5-minute. You look younger than I thought. Really? Interesting. It's because I put on a young voice. Morning, Gerard. Sorry. Right. Yeah. So PMIs all day. So Euro basically, the first one we've got is the French, then it's the German, and then it's the combined. The German one is the one that tends to do the most. That's 8:30. 9 o'clock, we've got the Euro combined. Then 9:30, we've got the pound. We've got the Euro Summit all day, which I don't actually know what the Euro Summit is. Heads of state for the European Union discuss stuff. So probably not very exciting. We've got Canadian retail as well this afternoon at 12:30. And that's it. So that's everything on the news. This morning we've had UK retail sales 1.2 on a forecast of 0.2. So that's absolutely massive hit on retail. So I would imagine we've got a strong pound. I haven't actually looked at the pound this morning. So look at what the pound's up to. Dropping. Yeah, that makes sense. Right, yeah, so all the pound pairs are dropping because obviously we've had positive news on retail sales. Go bigger. Anyway. Dances, you just retracted your message. Can't see what that is. Morning, Rahul. Amazing. Now I can see the face behind the voice that makes trading fun. Morning, Neo. Morning, Seymour. Hello there, young man. Nice to put a face to the name. Face is real. No, this is my fake face. Normally I put my real face on, but I thought today I put my fake one on. I'm not an AI, no. Yeah, this is a reveal stream. So can we have some thumbs up? 51, come on. Right, so yeah, nothing particularly exciting on retail sales, obviously. Nothing overnight to write home about either. We had CPI for the yen, which is as expected. It's always as expected for the yen. They never do anything exciting. What else we got? News. 25 basis point Fed hike has dropped to 33%. Okay, nothing exciting there, right? So there's no changes on the buyer scorecard either. None of the news yesterday has really had any impact on anything. So the top buys and sells are pretty much as usual. A lot of stuff is range bound at the moment. So there you go. Sentiment, I didn't cover sentiment yesterday very much. Top buys and sells on sentiment. We haven't got any -6s. We've got +5s and -5s and +6. So they're your top buys for retail plus COT. So US dollar CAD is top buy, Euro CAD, Euro odd, Euro New Zealand, and Aussie dollar, US dollar short. Retail is very much in the middle at the moment. Lots of stuff is sort of within sort of 70s, sort of within the 50 range, as you can see. So these are your top buys and sells. Still Swiss franc, US dollar Swiss. They're still buying everything against US dollar Swiss. So all the US dollar Swisses look like good sells at the minute. DAX this morning, how long we got? 5 minutes. So we've got 5 minutes to the open. There's no ADRs again this morning, all completely flat on the ADRs. Weeklies, obviously it's Friday, but everything's lit up like a Christmas tree on the weeklies. We've had lots of movement, obviously, but yesterday was completely flat, so nothing happened yesterday. So I'll run through RSIs in a little bit. I'll go through the profit on the market reverse alerts EA as well this morning. Morning, Neo. US dollar yen, have a look at that in a sec. Morning, Joaquin. Morning, Money. Morning, Adrian. Evening, Adrian. Finally, Leah's coming out. Hello. No, I'm not coming out, no. Morning, Eldar. I don't think we'll be focusing on the trades today. Don't want to focus on me. I'm just a man in a box with a microphone. Right. So yesterday, ADR reversals did $510, done $600 this morning. So pretty good day, 0.5%. Main ones banked yesterday were, where are we? Yesterday, 24th, 23rd, wasn't it yesterday? Is it 23rd? Yeah. So Aussie dollar CAD. That one there, that was the FOMC basically. So we got an ADR reversal on FOMC. Euro yen, 2 days. So that's a big strong ADR push to the upside. Sat through it for a day, dropped. Just one entry. These are all single entries, straight in, straight out, and straight up again on Swiss yen. Again, sat for a day, out. So that's pretty good. We banked, as I say, we banked quite a bit this morning as well on that one. 1 hours, did one trade yesterday, one. Remember yesterday I was sitting here watching this thing going up and down, 2%, 4%, 3%. Everything went up and down all day yesterday. So the only thing managing to get banked yesterday was the euro yen. So that was a H1. Where are we? Euro yen. Euro yen H1 RSI extension, in, out, done. New Zealand dollar yen seems to be moving in a sec. Just got some movement on the yen. So that was that yesterday. Banked one this morning. So this morning we've just closed out New Zealand dollar, US dollar. There we go. That reversal alert there yesterday, that was an H1, straight out one day, very nice. And H4 we banked a load yesterday as well, not a load, banked $500 yesterday, pretty much the same thing I think, 23rd. So that was Euro US dollar and Euro Swiss. This isn't in order, is it? There we go, Euro US dollar. So that was H4 RSI extension, entered on M5 reversal alert. Whoops, which you can't see, which was there, and then straight out same day. And Euro Swiss, that was a straight in, straight out as well, I think. No, it wasn't, a 2-day hold. So that was an H4 extension on RSI and then out 2 days. So that's everything banked yesterday with the market reverse alerts EA, all going pretty well. Tiny drawdown on everything. Look, got 0.26 on the H4 set files, 3% on the H1, obviously it's a bit more aggressive. And ADRs is actually in profit. Go figure. There we go. So that's that. DAX is opening in 19 seconds. Just catch up on the chat. Money, chat GPT going crazy. Okay. Evening, Adrian. If I haven't said that already. Hello, Eldar. Okay, so there's your 15-minute pre. I wouldn't expect a lot of movement off of this ahead of the Euro PMIs this morning. So 15 minutes in, we've got coming out with the French first, then followed by the German in half an hour. So I'm not expecting large volatility on this. So probably not the best set file to trade today, the 15-minute pre. You want to be trading the 15-minute post today. Seymour, just curious thought. Have you tried putting the reversal EA on the RSI so it's calculating from that output rather than the price output values? Don't understand that. Don't get it. Sorry. Seymour, confused me. Don't get that one. Morning, Astro. Morning, Vink. Morning, Hashim. Welcome aboard. 23 likes, 70 watching. Come on. Press the button. Is this because I've got my face on the screen? Is that why? No one likes me. No thumbs up. 68 people just left, look. Kozim, can't wait to see your reaction to the first question on gold. And then the second, and then the third. Oh, yes, it'll come. This is your 5 minute going in. So we're not getting it, but it's looking pretty good, actually. The pre-market, if you took the pre-market, I wouldn't have taken the pre-market, but if you did take the pre-market, it's not looking bad this morning. Let's have a look at these US dollar yen. Oh, God, where are we? There we are. US dollar yen. So I'm going to buy at the moment US dollar yen. 4 hour not extended, hourly we got extended, so that's why that trade is on there. So that's a 1 hour RSI extension entry there. Pushed up yesterday, didn't get it. Massive propulsion gap to trade into. We got a propulsion gap all the way up at the highs up there as well. So I'm looking for longs on the US dollar. There's no news today. Well, there is news today. We got the PMIs, so might do. PMIs are a little bit hit and miss, so we'll see. But hopefully we get some strength off of that this afternoon. So that's US dollar yen. It was extended on the hourly, so I'm already in it. Support-wise, there's not a lot to look at really support-wise. We've got this whacking great propulsion gap, which we're trading back down into. So there's a good chance we might push down to ADR today, push down into these lows, failing that down here. So if you're in it already like I am, be taking a second down there, possibly a third, and then pulling back up. That's US dollar yen. Pound US dollar. So pound US dollar, we've got obviously the PMIs this afternoon. So this could go anywhere. We didn't go really anywhere yesterday. It's not extended. It's been teetering around the 4 hour. You can see I got into a 4 hour there and out. That was a 4 hour RSI extension, M5 entry and exit. So that's a nice, quick, easy one. At the moment, though, there's no extensions on the hourly or the 4 hourly, so it's kind of sideways. Look at yesterday. So that's the Asian range from yesterday. That's the London range from yesterday, and that's the New York from yesterday. Yeah. So we just literally went sideways yesterday, no movement at all, which is why nothing really got banked yesterday. It's all still sitting there because nothing's moving. You've got a 1.5 hour on the Dax. So there's your opening range. There's your 1.5 hour. Just about to hit it. Nice easy one this morning on the DAX if you took the pre-market. But pound US dollar from a higher perspective, looking at the highs basically, potentially, or pulling down from here. But the bias on it is that way. So if you go and have a look at the bias scorecard for the pound US dollar, it's a sell. Yeah, so COT is short. Fundamentals are short. The only thing holding us up at the moment is that retail. So retail are short at the moment. So the market's pushing up and taking liquidity from the highs all the time. So we're just waiting for that. You can see there, look, every time retail is short in it, they're taking the high, short it, take the high, short it, take the high, short. So there's yesterday's high. So either we're going to run for the highs today or they will finally put it down. But those are your targets. That's really done, I reckon. That's tested and done, isn't it? So this is your propulsion gap target, which is ADR. Really depends what happens with the PMIs. Don't know. We'll find out later. Right. DAX. Hello. There's a 2R return on the pre-market 15. I was not expecting that this morning. There we go. So there's your 5 minute opening range. Wow, this is really going, isn't it? Sorry. New Zealand dollar yen. So I just had an alert come up on this. Basically, this area here is what I've been watching, this low from Thursday last week, down there. We got a bounce. I was waiting for this area to get invalidated, which it's just done. So I just had an alert on my other monitor, basically, just to say we're invalidating this low, which is basically kind of a stop run. It's a double bottom bounce here. Look, the limit orders have triggered here. We've bounced. So I was looking for this basically to pull up from there and come back up and retest this area up the highs. You can't see that. Yes, you can. Right. I was just wondering where my camera was, because I'm not used to having the camera on the screen. I don't know where to put myself. Should I put myself there? Or should I put myself over there? Probably better to put myself over there, isn't it? I don't know. I'm new to this stuff. Do you program the EAs and indicators you're using? Yes. If so, please teach us. No. I can't teach you to code. That's not a 5-minute job. Seymour, you mean reversal alerts based on RSI price rather than the instrument price? But the market reversal alerts EA triggers on reverse alerts. You don't get reverse alerts on the RSI. How would that work? Doesn't work. Okay, Dax has fallen out of bed. So I didn't take this morning. That's invalidated anyway, that level, so let's get rid of that. So more strength coming into the yen, more safe haven rush by the looks of things this morning. Lots of levels coming up down here to pay attention to for pound yen. All these yens are coming down hard this morning. Swiss yen, there's another one. So this propulsion gap, this is, I got another monitor over here, which basically is my prop account. And I set lots of alerts up on my prop account, basically for areas of interest. One of them's there for a push back up into that high. So this RSI is very nicely extended on the Swiss yen. So we'll look at the RSIs in a sec, but Swiss yen and Euro yen are the only two. Well, let's look at them now, shall we? They're the only two extensions we've got RSI on the hourly. And it's coming down into this propulsion gap fill here. So we had this accumulation break here. So this high in Asia broke with this candle, and that high broke off of that candle. Can't see my alerts now. Monthly range just exceeded on the CAD yen. There we go. So this is an area I'm interested in potentially buying up into there. So drop down onto M5. Reverse alert is going to be there. Target is going to be 142.435. It's not a valid trade at the moment. So we need to wait. Basically what we need is some lows, push up a little bit, push down again, get a tight reverse alert for a trade back up to there. Can't take an alert there though. So that's no good at the moment. And Euro yen is the other one. Pushing out the lows, already got a long on that. Okay. Bank something else. What's that? Pound New Zealand. That's in a live trade. Sorry. Euro US dollar. So that's a 2-entry trade just closed out there. So that was H1 RSI extension. Assuming. So there's your first entry, RSI extension, got above the 80 on that one. Second entry was there, scaled out a little bit there, closed, done, banked. Right, Capital on the chat. If there's anything you want to look at, obviously, let me know, because there's not a lot else to look at today. I might have a whiz through all the pairs and look for support and resistance levels. Eldar, starting my 50k challenge next week. Very good. Good luck. Let me know how you're trading it. Seymour, basically the RSI chart was the price chart. Sorry, still don't get it. You've got me on that one. I don't know. Morning, John. Morning, Clips. Aussie, New Zealand. So, Aussie, New Zealand. That's come off of support. Really nice support bout. Look at that. Get more accurate than that, does it? So, RSI was extended on the hourly. We've had an hourly reversal back up to the highs again, I guess. So someone was talking about this one the other day who shorted it from the highs. This has been in a range for a good couple of weeks now. So literally just playing the highs on the lows. Missed it, basically, if you wanted to get in, Aussie, New Zealand. It's a long. The reverse alert was in Asia this morning, but you probably would have had another reversal alert down, maybe not, down there somewhere. Yeah, you must have done because I'm in, look. There's my entry there. So that was a reverse alert there off of that wick. So that's where I got in, long. Still in. So you've missed it, really. But obviously, propulsion gap target to the upside. We've got that massive propulsion gap target from the news there. So there's a chance of it going up there. This is a short, though, long term. So this is kind of counter trend. So we're looking at this as being a continuation short. But at the moment, we're just getting stuck here. So pulling back up, making sure that the 24.72 are holding it down, basically. Continuation all the way down there. So, but long or short at the moment, look at it. Aussie, New Zealand, range bound at the moment. It's a short because retail at the moment are long in it. So it's actually more short bound. Retail are long at the moment, as I am. So I'd expect this to come down. So you just want to be a bit careful because this might just do, at some point, I'm expecting this to break to the downside. Yeah. So the market structure to continue short. So any point, this could just do a 50% retracement, break those lows, and then we're off. So just be a bit careful if you are long. How much profit have I got on that? 180. That might be worth getting out, to be honest, or protecting. That can't have been far off of hitting target there. So we'll see. But yeah, Aussie, New Zealand. I usually fail my articulation. Makes me a lonely trader. You fail your articulation. A posh word. Morning. If COT is short and retail is also short, would that not make a strong sell? Yeah, Serge. So that's exactly how you use the combined sentiment. That's the purpose of this section of the site, the combined sentiment. New Zealand dollar yen has just triggered up. 1 second. Sorry, Dax, if you're in it, well done. We're just about to get the 15-minute, right? So watch this. Your 15-minute opening range is there, which is huge. But this is where I'm expecting the price action to come in the next 30 seconds. So we just watch the DAX. Hasn't quite got the gap fill. Yesterday's low, just below yesterday's low is the gap fill. So they might run down to that on the news. Jeez. 15013. There's the news out. Don't rush at once. News is not working at the moment, is it? 47.7 on a 48 forecast. So that's down. Yeah, that's bullish indices, negative euro. So yeah, that's not really doing anything, is it? That's what would you be able to believe it? Look, 15-minute, pre-15-minute opening range break. The size of that profit. Never mind. Missed it. So there's your 15-minute opening range today. So once these PMIs are out of the way, don't forget we've got 30 minutes of PMIs this morning. So we've got the French we've just had. The German is the big one. That's the largest economy. So that's the most important PMI figure. And then we get the combined euro at 9 o'clock, which is all the European PMIs like mashed into one. So I find Germany is the one that tends to move it the most, and we didn't really get a reaction much out of that, did we? So this is what I was expecting to be a very tight range this morning, and it wasn't because we flushed. So that isn't really the best breakout to take either, I think. But once we get the final European PMI figures out, we should get hopefully a trend day today. So we will see. Short Bitcoin, go for it. Jake, great change up with the camera. Thanks, Frederick. 102 people in here, 42 likes. Hit the button. Who is the Phil Collins looking guy in the box? Phil Collins? I don't think so. He's bald. Sorry. Really? No, that's not me. That's not Phil Collins. This is not Phil Collins. Dances. Charts showing something weird with US dollar yen. It's your broker. Doesn't look weird to me. Morning, Franco. Morning, Baggy. Defo hit the 150 plus likes today. Yeah, well, I might not. This is my gauge, you see. I thought if I put my face on the screen, I'll get a real gauge for whether or not we get thumbs up or thumbs down. I'm just watching my thumb. When I'm looking down to the left, I'm watching my thumb count. When I'm looking to the right, I'm watching chat. When I'm looking here, I'm watching charts. Funded account, Telegram. There you go. So now you know what I'm doing when I'm looking in different directions. Right. Let's carry on. US dollar yen went all the way down to 432. Yeah, no, there's something wrong with your chart. 432. Mine doesn't go down to 432. You've definitely got a problem with your chart there. John, US dollar CAD took a long overnight, popped a little, thinking to take half off. I'm just watching an advert. Look at this guy. There's a face for radio. Elite Closing Academy. Never heard of that one. There's a lot of new ones popping up, isn't there? Thanks for the follow. Welcome aboard. Strange music. Better than unstrange music. So if you're long on this, John, on an H, not sure why you're long on this, but whatever reason it is, this is CAD weakness at the moment. No, it's not. Sorry, it's not. It is, I'd say that's a kind of combination, a little bit of US dollar strength, a little bit of CAD weakness. I would hold it. That's well within an ADR today. However, you've got a lot of potential resistance areas. Obviously, that one is up in the gap. So depends how long you want to hold it for, but I like US dollar long against the CAD. What was that? Sorry, just whizzed that off the screen. That was a weekly. US dollar CAD is our main long at the moment. Big strong buy. So we've had retail flip short. Yeah, caught a long. Retail have flipped short. So we need to be going long. So look at US dollar CAD. Yeah, retail have flipped short on it. Pop. What they're doing is they're just taking out all this retail short, all their liquidity's there. All the retail short, liquidity's there. Retail short, liquidity's there. Yeah, wouldn't be surprised to see an ADR of the PMI figures this afternoon, potentially. So I'd hold it if I were you. A lot of movement going on. Aussie dollar Swiss. 3-bar reversal on the Aussie dollar Swiss. This looks like Swiss franc strength. So we've got a bit of money coming into the Swiss franc this morning as well. Wow, a lot of money coming into the Swiss franc if you're trading the pound. Right. DAX, we've got 9 minutes to go until the German PMI figures. So we're probably going to hold a little bit in a pattern here. We've got a massive propulsion gap gone in this morning. Double propulsion gap, really. So we filled these. Don't forget, we've got the gap fill on the DAX for the short. So much prefer the DAX short this morning than long, because we've still got this gap fill to complete. Yeah, which is just below yesterday's low. Don't know why yesterday's low is not on there. I'm sure I put yesterday's low on there, but I didn't. So yeah, still out the lows today, I think, potentially. Tim, Serge, a strong sell would be cot short and retail long, not short, as retail traders tend to be on the wrong side in general. Yeah, I think what he was saying was signal here, long and long. That's the point. The reason the combined intraday sentiment has this both sentiment filter is so that you can go, I just want to see the sixes. Yeah, the sixes basically, this is only out of 6. Yeah, so you get a score of 4 for cot and a score of 2 for retail. So a 6 means you are 100% lined with cot and retail. Yeah, so US dollar CAD, Euro CAD, and Euro odd. Yeah, so US dollar CAD, Euro CAD coming down at the moment, been going up, and Euro odd. Again, another good buy opportunity. Yeah, so anything that's pulling back at the moment, yeah, is enticing shorts. Retail are going short, putting their liquidity up at those highs. Yeah, so there's 3 lots of liquidity there. Anybody that traded off the back of FOMC on Wednesday and shorted, their liquidity's there. Anybody that saw the double top yesterday, their liquidity's there. Anybody that saw this big spike up in Asia and drop, their liquidity's there. There's 3 liquidities pools sitting there. So if they need money today, Euro odd, that's where they're going. Pushing up at the moment on the DAX. I wonder if they knew in advance that it would be negative euro, which is why it pushed down so hard. Yeah, quite possibly. You're always going to have, obviously, when you have news coming out, it's not ready yet, is it? What's the time? 24. Yeah, so whenever you have news coming out, obviously somebody knows the news. Someone's got to release the news. So there's always a way of leaking this stuff. Yeah, if you're sitting in a bank sitting on 20 million euros to dump into the market today, and there's a guy that you could give a backhander to, potentially for some amount of money, to let you know what the PMI figures are going to be, it's worth his while to take the bribe. It's worth your while to dump 20 million short. Just saying. Not saying that they do that, but wouldn't that be easy? That's a mixed result, though. So manufacturing is down, services is up, which is probably why we didn't get much of a reaction off of it. For French and German, the services, the same as for us in the UK, the services PMI is the most important one. We're much more service than manufacturing-based industries. So we tend to get more movement off of the services PMIs. but we will see. Morning, Gabor. Nice to see you. Nice to see you too. Euro US dollar. Nice follow through on the daily candle. Yeah. Got nice downside target here. So potentially PMI figures will give us a strong move down this afternoon on the US dollar. Obviously, we've got all these euro figures coming out at the moment. You can see, obviously, this is pushing up. Euro's coming down off the figures. So we'll see what happens with Germany, and we'll see what happens with the euro combined. But this is the one that's going to, this is really the proper one, the German one. So once you get this German one out, yeah, this makes up the vast majority of the economy in Europe. So when you've got these two, this is why these are the red ones. Once you've got these two out, this one is pretty much a given. It's a combination of these two combined most of the time. So once we've got that out of the way, this one's kind of just like belts and braces, doesn't really make any difference. He is more like an Oasis singer. No. No. No, I'm not. Stop trying to compare me to someone. I don't know. Everybody's got to look like someone. I know who I want to look like. Boring trading, isn't it? Good evening, good afternoon, evening, George. Michael Lee, you look like Martin Freeman. That's not. I'll tell you what I look like, right? Okay, so Martin Freeman, yeah. It's only because I've got grey hair. But I'll tell you who I really look like. Oh, I haven't got my glasses. No. So I wear glasses normally. These are the wrong type of glasses, but this is what I quite often get compared to. He's not wearing glasses there either, so there you go. That's what I'm going to look like when I get older, Mr. Magoo. It's a picture of me on a boat with I got these wide-rimmed glasses. I very much look like Mr. Magoo. What of Mr. Magoo? We've got 1 minute, 1.5 minutes to the news. While I was sleeping, got combined 135 pips on US dollar yen. Very good. Good moves on the yen today so far. Does anyone know which prop firm uses Deal for payment other than my Forex funds? E8 or Fiddlecrest? I'm better looking than Nirav. Yeah. Let's see if we can get Nirav. No. Sorry, no Nirav today. I think he stopped advertising. Yeah, no Nirav today. Unfortunately. Oh well. Right. We'll watch the Euro US dollar as well when the German news comes out. 15 seconds. So we've got run for the propulsion gap we're just rejecting at the moment. We've got a run for the gap fill on the DAX available. Well, the DAX seems to have completely stopped. There we go. Okay, so figures are out. 52.6 on a 51. That's a positive. So if we get a bullish move on the euro, we'll probably get a DAX come down. So euro push up into this area. will drive Dax back out the 15-minute opening range break. If we get that, there's a good chance we're going to do the gap fill, which is pretty much there, isn't it? The gap fill. Once the gap fill's done, we don't know where we're going. So that was a positive services, negative manufacturing, exactly the same. So what we'll get with the combined is pretty much the same. We'll get a positive there and a negative there because it's a combination of these and the rest of the European area. So that's that out of the way. We've got pound at 9.30. So like this for a short, watch this area. But if you want to get in short here, stop above the high. That's probably the best opportunity today to get back down to get that gap fill done. So the gap fill on the DAX is what's on target for this morning. Started talking about this gap fill on Wednesday. So, you know, this is something you could have got into and held for multiple days, but it's not something I really am interested in doing. I'd rather be in and out. What else we got? Took some longs on the CAD yen and euro yen. CAD yen and euro yen, both longs, yeah. So those are the RSIs today. Swiss yen and euro yen. CAD yen. Yeah, CAD yen's also extended. So yeah, goodbye. I'm already in one on that. This is the support, which we're rejecting at the moment. So there's a lot of limit orders triggering there. So yeah, like it. We got this massive propulsion gap. All these yens at the moment have got propulsion gaps to the upside. Yeah, so we were talking about this yesterday, propulsion gaps. They get filled. We know they get filled. Sometimes when we get big, strong moves, they take a while. So we get a retest, we get a push away, and they take days or weeks to come back and fill, but they fill. So at the moment, with all these yens, we've got this run into safe haven. There's still a lot of fear in the market at the moment. So fear and greed yesterday. We are still in fear. Can't go back that far. But anyway, trust me, we are still in fear. Somewhere back here. I was expecting us to get back into more neutral territory yesterday. We didn't. So the market's still sketchy. There we go. So we're not far off. When we get back into here, we'll see some money start to flow back out of the yen and potentially out of the US dollar. So at the moment, we're still scared. They're still piling a little bit of money into that yen at the moment, which is why we've got another push happening this morning. But we are down at support areas, and we're extended on RSIs. Everything's really been strong on the yen now, as you can see, for about 3 weeks. So we're due a pullback. All these propulsion gaps, especially that one there on the CAD yen, we're coming back up there at some point. It's just whether or not they're going to do that sort of movement, or whether we're going to get a strong move back to the upside. There's no news catalysts coming up for yen, really. We've got the CPI coming up, but there's no yen catalysts coming up. There is a lot of other currency catalysts coming up, though. So there's a good chance that we're going to get some sort of movement on the yens, but it'll be driven by the other currencies. So they'll probably go a little bit out of sync. When we stop using this as a safe haven and stop driving the money into the yen, we'll find the other currencies will be able to take over and start their pushbacks. So just a case of waiting. But yeah, really nicely extended. We had that one there. Look, so every time we've got extended on this, you can see I've been taking longs on it. We can get in, we can get out, we can get in and out, Yeah. So, but when you're in a trend, the pushbacks in a trend are always smaller than the pushes. Yeah. So we're just waiting for that sort of rounded bottom to come in, break that high, market structure high, put in a new higher low, higher high, and then we'll start to run. Yeah. Thanks for the follow, whoever that was. Brown Kid TV. Hey, we got strange music and Brown Kid TV in today. All the media channels coming in. Must be because I put my face on screen. What's going on? Why do we wee your face? Okay, what's going on? Why do we wee your face? I hope not, Anna. I'd say more Paul Weller. Paul Weller. I thought you said Paul Walker then. I'll take Paul Walker. And I won't actually. Poor old Paul. Paul Walker. Oh, so sad. And he loved Porsches, like me. Just like him. Paul Weller. It's the hair, isn't it? Do you know what? This. Oh my God. Is that what Paul Weller looks like now? Oh. Really? I think there might be something wrong with your cameras, guys. My camera is not making it look like Paul Weller. No. No. Anywho. Let's stop the Guess Who game this morning, shall we? I look like a rock singer. Come on, lad. Whoa, Lee with the face reveal. Never thought the day would arrive. John took it on a moving average crossover. Moving average crossovers don't work, John. We know this. Look, by the time you get the moving average crossover, doesn't matter which moving averages you use. By the time you get the moving average crossover here, the move has happened. You might get lucky, and 20% of the time it will go into a trend. But most of the time, by the time you get the moving average crossover and it's time to enter, you go back into your mean reversion, which is why moving average crossovers very rarely work. 20, maybe 30% of the time, if you're lucky. Okay, it's Dax pulling out. So there we go. Good looking short. Tell us you're wearing pants. Yeah, and I'm wearing trousers as well. Yeah. Sorry, Franco. Underwear, because I know pants in America are trousers. I look like Michael Freeman. Yeah, we've done that one. Good evening, good afternoon, good night. Sent that one already. Oh, wow. What's going on with this? My chat. Why is my chat going wrong? It's all moving far too fast. Try Boris Johnson, Bruno. You're banned. Morning, Cac V. I'd say more Paul Weller. Yeah, that's good. I'll take Paul Weller because he's loaded. Okay, what's going on? Yeah, it's in that. So I'm just trying to catch up and see if anyone will look at some charts. Jasper Carrot, Miami Dave. What? Why are you picking fat bald guys? Look, it's not fake. You're lucky. I was going to come on a Kim Jong-il mask this morning. I bet you would have likened me to President Trump then. Looks like John Wick's neighbour. John Wick. John Wick's over there. You can't see him, can you? No, you can't see him. I don't see him if I open the slide. No, still can't see him. That's John Wick. John Wick's on the wall. John Wick. I've got loads of displays. Does anybody know displays? Displays are so cool. I've got displays. My entire room is covered in displays. Very, very cool. Love my displays. Dax is coming down, just challenging the low of the day. Looks like John Wick's neighbour. Yes. John Wick's neighbour is also a very, very, very keen martial artist and firearms expert. Euro US dollar, buy or sell? Yes, fundamentals have gone a little bit more range bound on this. This was a pretty good sell, but we're a lot more range bound now. Retail are shorting at the moment, so it's a buy. There's no cot bias. There's no fundamental bias on it at all. So retail, basically, at the minute, we're kind of sort of 60 plus, I think, was it? 68% of the retail market are short. So it's a buy at the moment. So it's coming down at the minute. Market seems to have not liked the figures this morning. However, what they're doing is still enticing those shorts in. So I would be looking for buys. But actually, it's getting extended now, look. So potential buy area. This propulsion gap down here is a target, though. This one's been tested a couple of times. So if we get down to there, there's a good chance of a bounce out back up into here. But we might just flush straight down into there. If that gets to there, then that'd be a buy. Breaking out the lows on the Dax. Anybody take that? So watch 15,000, big round number, basically, isn't it? There you go. So there's your 15,000 big round number, and that's the gap fill. There's your downside target. So yeah, I'll be looking for buys on the euro US dollar. However, obviously, with US dollar PMI figures coming out this afternoon, we might get an ADR hit. I hope so. We haven't had any ADRs for, I think this is day 3, isn't it? We had Aussie dollar CAD yesterday, was the only ADR reversal yesterday, look. So that was your ADR reversal, Aussie dollar CAD yesterday. The entry was on that candle there. You literally got that. Nothing's moving. This is the only thing that moved yesterday. Terrible. Morning, Malcolm. Akash, euro US dollar, sell now if you want to. A bit late though, Akash, aren't you? I'd sell there if I were you. You're selling when the move has got going. The way the DAX is coming down as well, I would expect some euro strength to come through in a minute. Franco, guru alert. I'm still getting the Santa Claus looking creepy smiling guy like he's in an eggnog rehabilitation center. Franco, are you still on your drugs? One trade a day, that's all creepy. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, YouTube commercial. Yeah, it's not me. Why did the pound dump this morning with positive news? That's a good question, Stephen. I don't know. The pound is actually rallying a little bit now. Not a lot, though. Still got that strong yen at the minute. With news, basically, the news is used to move the market. That's not the right day, is it? So the news moves the market. This is a big hit to the upside. So I would anticipate that being fairly decent news for the US dollar. It is only month on month. So whenever you see a month on month figure, it will be trumped by a quarter, which will be less trumped by a year on year, to be honest. This is what the market pays most attention to. Short-term gains are not necessarily indicative of strength in whatever you're measuring. Long-term gains are not indicative either, because something that's happened over a long period of time means that the market conditions will have changed since that measurement came in. So this short-term measurement and long-term measurements tend to sit as outliers, whereas the quarterlies, they tend to be the ones that we pay the most attention to, which is why you'll see all the figures on here on the key fundamentals. These are all quarterly measurements. So quarterly inflation changes. Interest rates obviously are changed whenever interest rates are changed, but these are quarterly GDP, quarterly unemployments. Yeah. So we're measuring over a period of months rather than an individual month. Everybody can, like, it's exactly the same as trading, isn't it? Everybody can have a good month. Everybody can have a good year, but consistency is measured over shorter periods of time. So the month on months don't tend to be the be all and end all, and any news events are used to manipulate the market. So everyone is basically going, wanting to long it. So there'll be enticing longs in now. Everybody's going, oh, it's coming down. We need to long it because it's good news. And they will just keep pushing it down like that, especially when we've got US dollar news this afternoon as well. Okay, there's your gap fill on the DAX done. Target to the downside is hit. So watch this level. If we're going to flush out lower on the DAX, it's 175 ADR. There's nothing in between. You've got 125 ADR. You've got a little bit of support, old support there. Look out below, basically, on the DAX. All the markets are flushing. Shorts everywhere. Bella, first time here on the channel. Excellent. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, come back on a regular basis. That would be nice. Anna, welcome to the family. Bella? Ah, that's nice. Everybody's being nice to each other. Do you know why? Nobody's mentioned that instrument yet, have they? I think he looks more like Brian Adams' winner's circle. Well, that's good, yeah. Brian Adams, I'll take that. Will I? I'm going to need to slick my hair quite badly back, aren't I? There's a lot of hair product. Is that the same bloke? Yeah, that's what I looked like when I was younger. Not. Right. Just, there we go. Popped through that 15,000 level. We'll probably find we get some pullback from here. So you've got a big propulsion gap going in here, and you've got a propulsion gap there, although that was more likely part of an A shape. So this is the accumulation break. So this propulsion gap will come back and they'll test this area at some point. So just see how far we go before we come back. Is similar to a Portuguese football commentator, Louis Francis Lobo. Can we stop with the lookalikes now? A brother from another mother. Absolutely no issues to me. Noel Gallagher. No. It's just because I haven't had my haircut. I need a haircut. That's all it is. When I grow my hair out really badly, yeah, I end up looking like the mushroom out of Super Mario. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. So when I don't cut my hair, it goes like that, and I end up looking like that. I don't know why I was expecting an Asian guy. Do I sound Asian? I don't think I'm Asian. I can't do Asian. I can't do Asian. I can do Somerset, though. US 100 sell. I wouldn't, well, yes, it is at the moment. However, this is to be traded this afternoon when the New York opens. I wouldn't trade it during the Globex session. Don't tend to get anywhere. So, but yeah, it's selling off at the moment because the DAX is coming down hard. So there'll be, the indices move in tandem. So one drives the other. At the moment, it's a sell. So you could trade this in the same way. However, you're going to get more volume and more volatility out of the DAX than you will out of the NASDAQ. So I would concentrate on the DAX and then trade the NASDAQ this afternoon. But you look like the English talk show host who interviews celebrities. I hope you're not talking about Piers Morgan. I do not look like Piers Morgan. I'm as grumpy as Piers Morgan, but I don't look like him. Oh yeah, the chair. Yes. It's a ball chair. It's a ball chair. I had to buy it. Only because of the horns. But... how good is that? Bulls and bears. Every trader has to have something to do with bulls and bears in their office. That's about as far as I wanted to go. Mr. Bean. Why do you think my memes, whenever I post, and whenever somebody says hello in the Telegram group, I post a Mr. Bean going, that's why. Now you know. Now you know. Nice to see a face to match the voice. Have you ever, or would you ever consider offering to a copy trade service with a percentage cut for yourself? No. Learn to trade. There's no point in copying me. What happens if I decide to stop trading? Yeah. So fine, copy me, no problem at all. What happens when I stop trading? You're out of business. You can't pay your mortgage. Teach a man to fish and all that. Malarkey. Euro US dollar moving smartly. Yep. It's going well this morning. Marion, you've ruined it. Gold. I still like it as a short. I still like it as a short. But we're going to need some US dollar strength. Let's have a look at the sentiment on gold. What's the sentiment say we should be doing? We should be buying it at the moment. 69% of the market is short on gold. Therefore, it is going up. So at the moment, it's still a buy. So I would be watching yesterday's high intraday. You're just about to get a reversal out on M5 in a minute. Propulsion target up there and there. That's the one I would really be interested in. Long it and then short it before PMI figures, because I'm expecting positive PMI from the US. There you go. That was a proper analysis on gold, and I didn't get cross. It's only because Marion said it, and I know it's a joke. Real cream head, not a plan. I feel like I'm back in Brooklyn. Guys busting on you, Lee. A sign of affection, I know. DAX falling due to CDS on DB. Wish I knew what that meant. What's that mean, Figinia? What's CDS on DB mean? Thanks for the follow, Lawrence. Welcome aboard. Lawrence Richard. Actually, somebody from the UK. Oil. Yeah, oil. So I've got a long ready to go. Well, not ready to go. I've got an alert ready to go on oil in this propulsion gap. We're not far away, are we? So what I'm looking for, so coming out, big picture, we obviously got this break and we've retested. We came back up and we've retested this area here, basically. So we didn't manage to get up to target, which was this zone. So I like a long, basically, on this at the minute. And I'm looking for a pullback into this propulsion gap to push back up into there. And then we will probably find out whether or not we are going long or short on oil. So on the lower time frame, coming down into the hourly, we got the reversal. This is the daily support I looked at previously, which we bounced from 3 times. And then we did a little liquidity run on it. Reversal, retest, push, retest, push. That's what I'm looking for. So market structure, that's your peak formation low. Broke the high, so we made a new high. Looking for a new higher low. And then we'll be looking for that higher high up into there. So this propulsion gap is where I'm looking for retracement. That is also a 50% fib pullback. Yeah. Bang, straight in there. So that's what I'm looking for. So this area here, this was the accumulation during Asia on Tuesday. We pushed up. That's the propulsion gap. We did actually come back and test that and push back out of it. And that's what gave us that springboard the next day to go up into that high. We hit that area there. Sellers added into their positions twice. Now we're pushing back into here. So the battle between the buyers and the sellers is being conducted from there and there. So this is where I'm expecting the buyers to add back in, push back up into propulsion. So I've got an alert set basically top of that propulsion gap on oil, which is 68,112, 68.23 on this broker. That's really different, isn't it? 68.30. My alert's at 68.11, 68.12. Lower that proportion is 67.33, 67.48. Really different. So my Forex funds has got really different pricing for oil, but that's because it's US oil, WTI. Same thing basically, but so yeah, so looking for a pullback into there, long. So when we get back down into this zone, let's just get rid of this fib. Let's just draw that on. Yeah, so dropping down onto M5. Anywhere in here, I'll be looking for a reverse alert on M5 for a long, and then basically retest out the top of those highs. That's all within ADR today as well. Look. Yeah, so there's ADR today. It's not within it, it is ADR today. So that's that resistance area that we're looking for, which is all those wicks from the previous moves down. So reversal alert in here, trade it up into ADR today. If it comes down further than that, so if you want to position trade this, entry 1, I would take a really tight entry 2 back down in this area here, which is the daily support, that previous daily support that we looked at from ages ago, which we bounced at. So entry 1, roughly half an ADR, entry 2. If you want to take a third on a challenge of entry 3, if we break that out, yeah, because basically oil is obviously, as we know, has been coming down very hard. If this is a pullback, 38, this is roughly a 38 retracement on that move. Look, here's a 38 retracement on that move. That could potentially be a shallow pullback for a new leg down. We don't know, do we? So make your mind up on that. I like it long though. Pulling back out of support. So there's the gap fill buy that I said was likely to happen. We're coming straight back up into this propulsion gap. So we're either going to sell out this propulsion gap for a new leg or come up and retest there, which is a 50% retracement on that for a push down, or we're just going to revert straight back up into that propulsion. One of those 3 outcomes is guaranteed to happen. I don't know which one. Take your pick. There's no ADRs still and no RSIs to look at, so keep shouting out pairs if you want them. Otherwise, I will just whiz through all the instruments and have a look at everything. What makes you think it will be stronger news for the dollar, just out of curiosity? Just because we've had very good news on the Eurozone. And the economy in the US is doing well, basically. So I don't know, obviously, I have no idea. But my thoughts are that we're going to get positive figures. We may well get mixed. Could come out negative, obviously, I have no idea. But just the way the economy is going in the US at the moment, we've had on the last quarterly stock earnings, they were good. And that tends to indicate positive growth. The services and the manufacturing sectors, we should, I think, get positive figures, but I don't know. We seem to, if you look at the US dollar news, if you go back over US dollar news across the board for the last couple of weeks, yeah, everything we've had US dollar within reason. The PMIs weren't, PPIs weren't good, but like with unemployment, with all sorts of stuff, we've had a lot more positive than negative. Everything's kind of going the right way. Look, there's a lot more green than red across the board. So that kind of gives you an inkling that things are doing better than worse. And it helps you to expect sort of stronger figures. But obviously, you've no idea. No one knows which way anything's going. But I'm hopeful. We will see. 9:30 in half an hour, we've got news. So that's the hourly candles closed. we have a load of alerts on the ends. So the RSI the RSI dashboard's lit up. We'll have a look at those in a sec. Figinia, credit default swaps rising on Deutsche Bank. Very cryptic. DAX falling due to the CDS on DB. You sound like a banker. Sorry, I need a drink. Biggest water butt in the world, that is. Brilliant. IG sentiment for silver, long 85%. That's good. Again, that's contrary to gold, isn't it? Gold, we are short 69%. There you go. They don't always line up, do they? Is there any update on the sentiment EA? Nope. Thief, I haven't. Theffy. I haven't done anything with the sentiment EA. I haven't had time, basically. So, it's on my list. I had a dream about it last night. When you watch candlesticks all day long, your dreams tend to end up being about candlesticks. So I'm going to relaunch the test and focus on 3-bar reversal patterns to get in, I've decided. So, excuse me, a 3-bar reversal pattern basically is a candle, a down candle, whatever, don't care, and then an up candle. The close of this candle has to be higher than the open of that candle. Yeah. So as long as that is higher than that, that is an entry signal. Basically, it's a U-turn. Yeah. So very similar to a market reversal alert. However, it's more of a it's a less reliable pattern, if you like, but it's a faster triggering pattern. So the reason I'm going to focus on that, and it's very easy to code in as well, which is another reason I'm focusing on it. I'm going to try that with a stop loss strategy of around about half an ADR and 4-hour candle closes. So I don't know why I keep looking over at the chat, because that's where the question came from. But yeah, basically, so that's what I'm going to do. So what I've got at the moment with this is it's basically just getting in on a daily basis, but the settings are all there for 4-hour candle close. So that is what I think is going to be the way forward for this. So using first profitable close exits on the 4-hour time frame, because the sentiment can shift usually within 48 hours, sometimes within 24 hours. So when we get into profit on these positions, I think we need to be getting out. So if we're going to get out fast on a 4-hour candle close, we're going to need a fast entry. So M15 time frame, possibly H1 time frame, I think is best to try with that, and then use a 4-hour candle close rather than a daily close. Because what I'm finding again with these things is you're getting positions where, you know, you get into a long here and you got your daily close, which is absolutely fine, but you'll get days like this, yeah, where you'll get in, it'll push down, and you'll get your entry here. There'll be a 3-bar candle entry there, and then you'll have a 4-hour candle close here where you'll be able to get out with a profit. But the daily close will not be a profit. So what I'm trying to do is make a way to get in, but also use a deep stop so that we don't get caught out on the days where they entice the shorts in before they come and take the profits. So I know what I want to do with it, and that's going to be the next test. I just need time to code it. And that is the thing that I run out of a lot, as you know, because I'm in here. You know how long I was in here yesterday? 7 hours streaming. 7 hours. This is the hedging. It's reset again. Keeps resetting this. So this is the hedging. So it's been running for 10 days now. This is the new H1 hedging set file for the market reversal alerts EA. 10% return in 10 days. 2.8% of the drawdown open. Very nice. It's only 10 days though, so need to give it a bit more time to run. Can't make a decision based on 10 days. So we're just putting back into the 15-minute opening range at the moment. Potentially might act as a resistance for a short. Very sunny here in Kent, Stuart. Pretty sunny here in Sussex as well. Hi from Cheshire, Steve. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. You're normally here, aren't you? Jonathan, hey guys, sorry I'm late. Oh, face reveal today. Yes, looking good. He needs his number 6 jacket. What's that mean, Franco? Number 6? Do you mean from the Umbrella Academy? Was he called was he number 6? No, that was number 6 from the Umbrella Academy. Nope. That's not me. Definitely not me. Morning, Alan. Morning, Tony. Nice to see your face. Saw a vid today about a prop named Trade Day. Apparently, they only calculate drawdown on realized P&L. Trade Day. Let's have a look at them. I bet they use 8 cap. Ooh. Subscription. This is futures then, isn't it? This will be a futures market. Yes, futures. Jigsaw. Woohoo! That's good. Go away. So 100k, 275, 5k target. Trailing max drawdown 2k. 10 minis, 100 micros. That's good. Right, no daily stop limits. End of day trailing max drawdown. Free resets. No restrictions on withdrawals. No live trading account setup fees. No trade day monthly subscription fees. Wow. And a 90% split. Seems too good to be true. Makes me suspicious. I'm going to check them out. But they look good. That's a very, very good setup for the trader. Registered in 1997, updated January 23. So they started in January. By the looks of things. $10-day minimum. We want back traders, not gamblers. Back traders. Inconsistency calculators. What's the consistency rule? No single day's profit should exceed 30%. That's fine. If your best day's profit is below 30% of the total profit you've earned, you will pass. Wow, I like these guys. These may well be the new the new futures company. That is the big one. That rule that they've got for the no end of day trailing max drawdown, no daily stop outs. That's the big one. So what always in futures, when I trade futures with prop, what always catches me out is your daily drawdown limits, because with futures what they do is it's done on your run up, what's called the run up, the highest point. So if I've got a 10k account, for example, and I've got a 1k max drawdown, yeah, if I have a trade and I enter it and it draws up to 11k, right, $1,000 profit, and then it comes down by 1,000 to my break-even point, right? If it goes slightly beyond it, that's a stop out. So even though I started with 10k, entered a trade, and came back to 10k, that is an evaluation fail, because what they do is they trail your loss intraday on the highest balance that your account has seen. So for example, I get into a trade, we have a new spike, it jumps up to 13 grand, comes back down to $500 profit, and I go, crap. And I put a stop loss there of $100, and it hits, actually even before it gets there, I will be stopped out. So if it drove up to 13k and came back down to 11k, that's a stop out. Yeah. So that's what catches everybody out in futures, is the intraday trailing stops. So if they have an end of day trailing max drawdown, i.e. I start the session on 10k and my max I can go down to is 9k. If I run it up to 15k and it comes down to 10k again, I survive. And that is what has always killed me in futures. Price-wise, they're obviously a little bit more expensive, but for 100k off of 100 micros, I like it. Good find. They are going in my prop firms folder, and I will have a look at them later. I was thinking yesterday, because we were talking about futures yesterday, and I was thinking I might start another futures evaluation, and so I can show everybody Jigsaw and show them how to trade. Well, no, it was the other day we were talking about it, wasn't it? Trading value area high, value area low, trading liquidity pools, all that sort of stuff. So I might set up an account with them, and we'll give them a crack. How do they pay? Keep the first 10k you make and 90% of the profits. No restrictions on withdrawals. How do you withdraw? FAQs. Come on, let me find it. Oh my God, how'd you get paid? How often can I withdraw? Bankwire. Bankwire. Okay, so they're not using any regulated. Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, the question is, do you get paid? Please note that for any withdrawals below $500, we pass on the banking fees. Any withdrawals, well, you're not going to withdraw under $500, are you? So, all right, I like it. Good find. We'll try them out. Might have a go at those this afternoon. I have to get Jigsaw reconfigured if I can get it set up. Where did we get to? Intrigued by your comments on prop from yesterday. You touched on percentage risk on a 100k account using percentage of 5k and not the whole 100k. Alan, yeah. So basically, on prop, we are getting the bounce. Next leg down. So DAX shorts I mean, it's just look out below, basically. There is nowhere here. That area there might act as a support if you're shorting the DAX. Don't really need those lines anymore, do we? So if you're shorting the DAX, I'll be watching that area. Yeah, so these wicks here, that's that high. So basically this area here, look. Which is pretty much down near ADR today. So there's nothing here to stop us. We've done the gap fill. Yeah, so we're either going to bounce at the gap fill and come back up, or we're going to slam through the gap fill. If we slam through the gap fill, there's nothing to stop us until 14,873 if you're shorting it. So yeah, so with prop, if you've got a 100K prop account and you're trading 100K and you've got a 10% drawdown on that account, yeah, you're actually trading, if you think about it, a 10K account. Yeah, because you can only draw down by 10K. So basically what they're saying is we're going to give you a 10K account and you can blow it. So if you're risking 1% on a trade, you're risking $1,000, you're actually risking 10% per trade, not 1. This is where the confusion lies. Everybody goes, I've got a 100K account, I'm going to risk 1% per trade, which is $1,000 risk. It's not. You have got a 10K limit. $1,000 risk on a 10K limit is 10% of your account. So this is what catches everybody out and why everybody over leverages. And this is why you see in E8, for example, in the leaderboard, or I think it's Fidelcrest has got a leaderboard, or the Fivers, one of them's got a leaderboard. But you see these people that pass within minutes because they're taking a 5% risk, what they think is a 5% risk, which is their daily drawdown limit on their 100K account. What they're actually doing is risking 50% of their maximum drawdown. Of course you're going to pass it in minutes. You're risking 50% of the account. It's a complete 50-50 gamble, isn't it? So that's what catches everyone out. People have to think about what they're doing. Kajien long, yep. At some point, this is a good area. So this area here we've looked at as the bounce point, and it's exactly where we are at the moment. We're not extended on the 4 hour, but we are extended on the hourly. So dropping down, M5 reversal alert. Haven't had it yet. So break of that high, basically, I would be looking for longs. I will be looking for longs. No prisoners. You're so young, I forget. It's nice, isn't it, when you're calling someone 50 young, Franco? Joining a lot of prop firms, as it's been profitable doing that. Yes. Yeah, join a lot of prop firms, basically. Do a lot of evaluations. You're never going to get one, hold one. Pass as many as you can. Play as many as you can. So 1 sec. Next we've got a pound CAD, pound odd. So pound odd I got into on a short yesterday on prop with a decent stop on it. And it's just triggered my stop this morning, I just noticed. So that's pushing up again, unfortunately. I was basically playing a short out of this bounce. We broke that high, but we kept coming back down below it. So I took a short on this yesterday. We pushed up, but unfortunately that stopped out. So I just noticed it on my P&L and I wondered why. And now I know. Dax, nice rejection. Mr. Wick has entered the building. Really nice wicks on the DAX to the upside. Buyers getting run over. However, we have got these two whacking great propulsion gaps in play. So we're coming up here again at some point. Brian, use the max daily. Thanks for the follow. LTH UXO. Lethuxo, I'm going to call you. Brian, use the max daily drawdown as your account size. That's exactly right. And when your trade gains momentum in your direction, use the rest of the account as leverage to put some heat in the position and make some money. Yeah. Adding to your winners. Yeah. That trade I showed a trade yesterday in the yesterday in the live room, didn't we? We're in the live room yesterday afternoon, and I showed that trade entry. Yeah. So might as well. Rather than doing it on a little image, why don't I actually do it on the chart, and then we can actually see what I'm talking about. So yesterday on the Dax, NASDAQ rather, on a 5-minute, we were in the live room, and I said here, this is a great short. Yeah, this area here was a previous support resistance area. We pushed up into it. Sellers triggered limit orders. Then we had an inside bar. Again, more limit order triggers. Yeah, and then we had that bearish engulfing. So I said, as soon as we get that, entry under that low, add under that low. And then we went sideways for a bit, didn't we? And I said, just be careful because we're going sideways. And then vroom, collapsed. So if you're trading prop, that's your initial 0.5% risk, 1% risk on the account. That's your add. So when a trade starts to go your way, add. And then if you want to add more, just keep adding. Yeah, that's how you get through a prop account in a day. I've passed many prop accounts on E8. Not many. I've passed a few prop accounts on E8 doing that. Literally, in. You only need 3 positions, yeah, with a 0.5% risk. That is a pass. You don't need much movement if you can scale into the positions, but scale in as the positions go your way. If you're scalping, obviously, on indices, that's what the vast majority of people tend to do with prop. You look like Kevin Spacey. Didn't he get arrested for child something or other? No. Patrick McGowan, number 6. You've still lost me, Franco. It must be a country thing. I've never heard of Patrick McGowan. Took me ages to find the name of that actor. Kevin Spacey, yeah. It will do. They probably wiped him off the internet because he got arrested. Lows coming in. See if you get a pop out the lows. If we start to buy them up, if you've gone short, there's a potential here for obviously a W pattern reversal back up into here. So watch this. Limit orders are triggering at the lows. Buyers, be careful. This is a big buy signal. We've still got 1 minute 40 left on that candle though. They look great. How do they pay? Shiba Inu tokens. Quite possibly, yeah. I shaved. How do you know I didn't shave? Considering you haven't seen me on stream before, how do you know I don't look like this every day? It's one of the reasons I thought I put my face on screen, because I don't shave anymore. I'm too lazy. Question, please. Can the propulsion gap act as a resistance after it's been filled, or am I just overthinking things? Yes. So yeah, basically propulsion gaps, money moves from propulsion to propulsion. Yeah. So we all we do is we go from propulsion gap to propulsion gap. Let's find something a bit more. There you go. It's a bit better, isn't it? So yeah, we just basically move from propulsion to propulsion. So every time you put a propulsion gap in, we fill it. Propulsion, fill, propulsion, 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 propulsion. So what happens is one of two things. Either this is an area basically of strong selling or strong buying. So when we come and test it, one of two things happens. The buyers that made this move happen add to their positions and drive price out, or we run over. Yeah, that's it. Those are the only two things that are going to happen at those zones. You don't know what's going to happen. What we do know is they're magnets. So when you see a propulsion gap and you've pushed up, there's a good chance it's coming back to it. You don't know when. Again, no indicator. This is all covered in the bootcamp, isn't it? The whole premise of the bootcamp is that the one thing you do not know as a trader is timing. You cannot time the market and you don't know which way it's going. So if you stop trying to time the market and you stop trying to pick the direction of the market, you're going to win. because the market moves up and down. Therefore, you just get out when you get a profit. So exactly the same with these. Yeah, we don't know when they're going to come back and get filled. It could be today. It could be in 3 days. It could be weeks. We don't know, but they will do. So use them as you wish. But what you'll find is if you're looking at lower time frames, lower time frame ones get filled obviously a lot faster most of the time, unless they're really big propulsion moves which are on news or something like that. So when you get these pushes out, they will either be an add point or not. Yeah. So as you can see here, this is a good example. We pushed down very, very hard. We left in our wake 3 propulsion gaps here. Zoom in a bit. You can see it. So big, strong push. We left 3 propulsion gaps. Yeah. 4. That one tested straight away, back down again. We came back in, sellers added, but the buyers that started this move beat them back, came back down, tested that one, pushed up into it, sellers added. There was too much buying pressure, so we pushed up, propulsion gap. Sellers tested it, we pushed out of it. Sellers tested it, we pushed out of it, pushed straight into this one and flew through it into the next propulsion gap where the sellers added. Again. Eventually, the buyers overwhelmed them. So you can never tell whether they're going to get run over or whether they're going to act as support or resistance. You don't know the answer, but you do know when they're left, they will come back to them. So they're used as targets primarily, but you can also use them for entries, but they're less reliable. So they're more of a, I see them more of as a targeting instrument. Yeah, look at my exit on this one. Look. Banging that propulsion gap. It's pretty obvious that was coming. And that wasn't why I exited. I exited because the EA got me out at my target, at my profit target. But in its wake, it's left a load of propulsion to the upside. Yeah, and there's very few targets to the downside here. There's little ones which have been, the smaller they are, the less likely they are to get used. But there's little ones here, which that's already been tested, so it might not work. That's a tiny, tiny, tiny one. So there's bigger targets to the upside. So couple that with Euro US dollar, looking at the sentiment on it. With the Euro US dollar, 68% of the market is short at the moment. Where do you think all the liquidity is? Up there. That's where all the targets are. But there's lots of ways to use them. So if you just wait for a reversal alert on the lower time frame, i.e. the structure's shifted and we know we've got buyers on our side, those buyers are likely to head for areas that we've left in our wake on higher time frames or on the time frame we're looking at, either or. But that's how I look at them. You can use them in many, many ways though. Morning, David. Tony Jeffrey, The Prisoner, I Am Not a Number. Number 6. I Am a Free Man, got you, right, The Prisoner. So that's why I didn't get the reference, because that was the 60s, and I was born in the 70s. Or it might have been the 70s, but then again, I was born in the 70s. So unless I was watching different programs to The Prisoner when I was like 4. This market is making me want to rip off my smoking patch and light up. Getting gains, but drama. It's not that bad at the moment, but Guatam, looking to short pound yen. Would you mind doing analysis on that? Pound yen. I'm going to look at the ADRs in a minute. Oh, well, there we go. RSIs rather. Pound yen extended to the downside. So you're looking to long it? Yeah. Short it. Don't think you've done the boot camp, have you? Guatam. Go and watch this. Link coming in. Yeah, you don't want to be shorting it down there. You can short it, and it might do that, but we are coming. We've been UK PMIs are coming in 52.8 on a 53, so that's a miss for the UK. So there's European, yeah. So I completely missed the European ones, but look, exactly what I said earlier. They will usually come out pretty much the same as you got for the French and the German, because that's the biggest economy, makes up the majority of this figure. So this figure's, that's why it's orange, because it's the same as the other one. UK, so we've got a miss on manufacturing, a hit. Nope. Well, that's a miss. I don't know why that's black. I would class that as a miss. 53 forecast. We got 52.8. It's a miss. Marginal, but it is a miss. So negative pound. Aussie dollar yen monthly. So this is, we can look at this one, can't we? Because it's pound. See if we're getting a reaction off of it. Doesn't seem to be doing a lot. So pound yen, yeah. So I'd be looking to buy. So this is an RSI extension to the downside at support. So we've got multiple support areas here. These three lines on the chart are the lowest wicks. So somewhere around here, I'd be looking for buys. We're extended on the RSI, so I'd be looking for buys. So I'd be dropping down onto M5, looking for buys. You're going to get a reversal alert off the back of this candle. So there's a reversal alert there. Initial target to the upside if you're going to scalp is there. Other than that, if you want to play the H1 mean reversion, back up into there. We've got this big propulsion gap, which they tested up there as well. We've got a propulsion gap from that accumulation break left intact as well. So there's a target there, there's a target there. So yen strength, safe haven rushes tend to be temporary. However, the pound is weak and we've just had negative news. So there is a chance this could fly out the lows. So if you go out and look at potential support further back, you're looking at this area down here as our most recent support, which is 150, 125 ADR. So if you're position trading, you'd enter here, initial position targeting up here. If that doesn't work, second entry, looking to come back up and retest that and exit. That's my analysis. However, do as you wish. You just want to go short with the news. You can do that. Just be careful trading news. I was born 79 and I love The Prisoner. Yeah. I did watch a bit of The Prisoner, but people being chased around in big balls is a bit weird. Looking for NASDAQ and DAX. Well, the DAX is a short. You've missed it. Right. So Hare Krishna Dasari. Hare Krishna. Sorry, I live close to Brighton, and we have a big Hare Krishna community in Brighton. So when we go to Brighton, you see them going like that along the seafront, hanging Hare Krishna. All they sing is Hare Krishna, and it's hilarious. I don't have anything wrong with them. I'm not saying it's hilarious in a nasty way, but it looks funny and the kids laugh a lot. So welcome, Hare Krishna. Harry. Looking at NASDAQ and DAX. So the DAX, if you want to trade the DAX, you should have been looking at it here, because this is when the market opened. You're late. You've missed it. It's gone. DAX, come back on Monday. NASDAQ, come this afternoon, because the NASDAQ opens at 1:30 UK. We'll trade that this afternoon. Can't really answer those for you because you've missed that and this hasn't opened. Just bought the ORB EA. Really looking forward to testing it out. Cool. Morning, Stevie. Sean, have you ever placed fib between ADR 100 and minus 100? No. Sean, did you manage to get in the Telegram group? You had a problem getting in the Telegram group, didn't you? If you want to DM me, you can DM me if you're still having problems getting in the Telegram group. But you shouldn't have a problem getting in there. It's got over 5,000 people in it. But I don't know. You might have been banned for being naughty in the past. And if you were banned, I'll need to know what your username is so I can unban you. And if you're naughty again, you'll get banned again. Just letting you know. But no, I haven't put a fib. Well, I have put a fib between it. Somebody contacted me about this sort of thing the other day on MQL5. Basically, what they want to do is they want to, when we hit, I think what they were talking about was when we get an ADR hit, what they want to do is try and get an entry off of that or something. I don't know. But you can't use it intraday because these levels, these lines move up and down through the day, because ADR is a measurement from high of day to low and low of day to high. So I don't quite know what the usage of that is, because if you hit ADR and it pushes back, that's your entry. The ADR reversal strategy is that you mean revert ADR hits. So target a quarter to a half of an ADR, and you're always going to find it's within 38 retracement anyway, so it just doesn't seem any point. But if you have another strategy, let me know what it is. Want to short the news? Yep, that's fine. Have I ever heard of a platform called FX Replay? I have heard of it, yeah. But personally, I like to backtest strategies, and I can do that in Strategy Tester with tick data, so I've never really seen a use for it. It's good for testing, not testing, but good for practicing, because it goes through tick by tick and you can take trades manually in it, can't you? But there are EAs available for free for MT4 to do that as well. So Hare Krishna. Hari. George, sorry, but for a simpleton like me, once a propulsion gap is filled, it's no longer a point of interest. Nope, that's dead. So there's two, right? So what you will find sometimes with propulsion gaps, I'm just trying to find one. On the hourly. Right here. So this is a propulsion gap. Okay. Accumulation, break. Yeah. So this one has been tested and used to add positions to. So there are schools of thought that say this is now invalid because the market has retraced there. There's multiple reasons the market retraces to these. First is to continue moves in the direction that the propulsion broke. So it's a retest. The second is when you get a propulsion gap, you get institutions trapped the wrong side of the propulsion gap. And those institutions trade money back to them to balance their books, to go flat on the positions they got left offside on. Position trading, yeah? So they will position trade back to the gap. So there's a school of thought that when you've been tested to this sort of level, this is no longer valid, yeah? And like everything in trading, it's a 50-50. I find sometimes when that has happened, it will bounce again. I find sometimes when that has happened, it will slam through it. And I think the reason being is, if you think about it, the reason it will bounce again at this level is not because it's retesting this propulsion gap. It's retesting previous support. Yeah. So it's pretty much the same thing at the end of the day, but that's the way I kind of see it. But yeah, if it's gone through it like that one, if it's gone through and like that one, if it's through it, that's it. It's done. Look, it's gone. Which is why this indicator, once it's traded through it, those gaps stop. Look, it stops on that candle. Doesn't extend. It only extends if it hasn't been completely filled. I'm short on gold since 1995, Pascal. What do you think about that? Since 1995, if you're short on gold, I think you're probably in a lot of drawdown. A lot. Thanks, Captain Lee. Good night. Off we go, Franco. See you later. Maybe this afternoon. We're going to look at these yens. I'm getting lots of alerts on these yens. Is Nasdaq 100 the same as US Tech? Yes. When you see Harry Krishna, it reminds me of the first GTA game. Oh, they used to run them over, didn't you? Yeah. In GTA 1, all the Harrys used to run around like little lemmings in a row. And you basically just ran them all over. What you used to be able to do back then. Mind you, you can still do that in GTA 5. You can do a lot of stuff like that in GTA 5, can't you? That's also called a flip zone. Well, you could call it a flip zone, yes. This is the old support resistance supply demand thing, isn't it? Yeah. But I don't. It's all the same stuff. You know me. I don't believe in all that crap. Support resistance, I do, obviously. But flip zones and things, yeah, they work 50% of the time. 50% of the time, they don't. So does support and resistance. So does RSI. Everything works sometimes. If you take a flip zone short, fine. Just don't use a stop and it'll work. Simples. Remove the stop. Any strategy, profitable. Got 30 pips out of the GJ trade. I'm out. Good. Okay. Right, so let's look at these yens. Guranga is what you got for a full line of Harrys. Oh, I love it. So Dax, if you took that short, well done. We're breaking the lows. So from here on in, you're on your own on the Dax. Down to 148.73. But no idea. It might come back up and do this or do anything from here. So you just got to watch price action. And if you're in from the initial pre-market 15, happy days. Was not expecting that today at all. At all. Right, yens. So we've got loads of RSI extensions that have just come in. So we'll look through these. Aussie dollar yen, these are all hourlies. So on my RSI dash, the way I have it set up is I have the 4 hour on the left, which is 70, 75, 80. And then the hourlies on the right, 70, 75, 80. So just showing the strength of RSI extensions. Anything above 75, I'm interested in. Anything above 70, I'm having a look at. So Aussie dollar yen is extended on hourly RSI. We're down below 25 now, so we're going to get a next alert in the next hours coming up here. So very nicely extended. Again, we've got more money coming into the yen. There's no real news that I can see that is triggering any safe haven runs. This is all just PMI that we've had this morning on here. Let's say to raise policy rates to sufficiently restrictive levels. The wind down should accelerate from Q3. So there's nothing, there's no news basically that means we should be worried about this being a safe haven run. This is just yen strength at the moment. So there's no real support coming up now. We're out of the lows. So RSI extension to the downside. A retest of anywhere around there is on the cards now. So as we're pulling down, that's what I would expect to do if we're going to continue down, or this is just going to come out and back up and retest. As I said, we're talking about propulsion gaps, yeah? So all of these propulsion gaps, that one there is tested. This one here, obviously, is tested. This one here is not. Again, that is going to be a resistance bounce. So potentially that is what you're looking at for the next leg down if we're going to continue short, if the ends are going to continue to strengthen. So mean reversion trades back up into there. Hourly extension, push, same sort of thing. Yeah, every time we get extended on the hourly, we're just looking for the pullbacks. So M5 reversal alert, you're there. So the trade would be back up into here somewhere. 84 is half an ADR, which is deep into that zone. So yeah, potentially. The further and stronger this moves away, the more difficult it's going to be to get an entry on that. So what you'd ideally want to see down here is a push down, a little bit of a push up, make a new low, reversal, rectangle, drop, and then get your entry there. Lots of targets to the upside. So that's good. Aussie dollar yen, really screaming today. Weekly range, New Zealand dollar yen 125. Obviously, Aussie dollar yen's coming down at the same rate, so similar, same thing. CAD yen, get big drop. RSI extension. If we get below the 80, even better. Resistance. Euro yen. We've got a first ADR on euro yen. Look at that in a sec. So again, same thing with the CAD yen. We're now out the lows. Massive yen strength. So almost extended on the 4 hour now on the CAD yen as well. So we're looking for that kind of pullback on a 4 hour when we get some kind of reversal. So again, support resistance areas. So now that we've broken down below support, we're looking for a push back up into that previous support that becomes resistance. So there. So that area there, this area there. Yeah. All this area here is potentially where, if we are going to put in a new low, pull back to and put a new leg, is where we'll be coming up to. Busy today, getting many alerts. Welcome, Richard 1. Sorry, I missed you. I didn't hear that. Richard, welcome aboard. Thanks for subscribing. So that's CAD yen. Swiss yen. Good support coming up on the Swiss yen. So again, lovely propulsion feel. Bang, bang, bang. Straight through. Again, same thing. Test, fill. Look at what we've got up here. So what we're waiting for is for some Swiss strength to come through. So the Swiss has obviously been very weak off the back of the Credit Suisse debacle and the SVB collapse. Banking sector is... they haven't got a lot of faith in the banking sector at the moment. Stocks are coming down on the banking sector. The Swiss, their main export is banking. So Swiss is struggling at the minute. It will recover. The SNB is absolutely safe. We had a 0.5% increase on the Swiss interest rates yesterday. So everything's going the right way for the Swiss. Their fundamentals are off the chart. Compared to everybody else, the fundamentals on the Swiss are, they are miles ahead of everybody. So they've gone up 0.5%, which is great. Everybody else is starting to do quarters. Their inflation is the lowest out of everybody apart from Japan. Their GDP is flat like everybody else pretty much at the moment anyway. Their unemployment is super, super, super low. So they can increase their interest rates and make themselves more attractive a lot faster because they haven't got to worry about high unemployment. So there's no reason for the Swiss to be weak. However, obviously the banking sector is what they are. So that's why we're getting this weakness at the moment. So the yen strength, obviously safe haven runs tend to be into the Swiss and into the yen. So we'll be looking for some Swiss strength to come through at some point soon in the next week or so. And it tends to be sporadic. So what we need for this to actually recover back up into these propulsion gaps is for the yen to weaken, which it will do when we get to that sort of neutral fear and greed, where at the moment we're sitting in fear. When we start getting to neutral and maybe into the greed category, the yen will start to pull out of and push back into the stock market, and the Swiss will tend to rally. So it's a waiting game. So again, RSI extension on the hourly below the 20. Yeah, same as here, buy. Same as here, buy. Buy it. So anywhere down there, looking for some kind of rally out the lows. M5 reversal alert, basically, which we're just about to get. There's a lovely hammer going in at the moment. So there's your 3-bar reversal through there. That's good. Wrong one. Swiss yen, euro yen. Very extended. So there's an ADR hit. So that's your first ADR hit today. First hit on the ADR dash. Levels wise, again, coming down to a nice area of support. Somewhere around there, we'd be looking for some kind of pushback to the upside. All these euros at the moment, though, are all coming down off of the back of those figures. Oh, just closed out Euro CAD. 1.23% day. Thank you very much. So yeah, all these euros are coming down at the minute. So weak euro off of those figures. Obviously, we've got some yen strength with euro weakness equals the perfect storm. That's why we've got the ADR hit on that one. Targets wise to the upside, we've got this propulsion gap here, which was this accumulation break. So there is an upside target to aim for. We didn't get here. So this is the return to origin move I was expecting to get, which we didn't manage to achieve. And since then, we've really rolled over with this yen strength. So even if this does push down further, obviously first entry would be here, assuming that we're going to get a push back up into there, and there's your exit. I'm already in one anyway from this because we had an RSI extension yesterday. So I'm already in long. But second entry is down here if you're already in one. Failing that, we've got two support levels coming up at 150 and 175 ADR. The second entries. If we continue to slam down to these levels, yeah, look at the size of this. That's going to become a massive propulsion gap target. So in there, if you want to get in there, get in there. If you want to get in down there, if it gets down to there, you've got a whacking great propulsion gap target we're going to trade back into. So there's your exit. Euro US dollar is also extended to the downside. We're coming back into propulsion again. Yeah, so filling off these propulsion gaps. So one, I'd be waiting on this really ideally until 125 ADR, 150 ADR are coming out of there. You're just about to create a propulsion gap here. Accumulation break. That's going to become a propulsion gap there. So any kind of trade back up into there, down into there, and up into there. Spot on. H1, drop down, M5, reversal. That's miles away. You're not going to get on it. So what we're going to need on this is some kind of movement like that. Get a reversal alert, trade it back up into there. Or if it continues to drop, obviously down into this area, then yeah, beautiful. So Euro US dollar potentially nice ADR today if that continues to push down. Pound yen. We've covered this one already, haven't we? So yeah, nice extended on the hourly. We've taken the low out. There's your next support level, 125 ADR. So getting a reversal alert, targets to the upside. I don't know how we're going to get back up there. That's going to take a long time. It's going to take weeks to get back up there. So I would kind of ignore that for the minute. That's an orphan propulsion gap off of news. So that's your most obvious target to the upside. Again, M5 reversal alert's a bit far away, so we're going to need some kind of pattern where we put a new low in that will give us a closer reversal alert, and then we'll push up from there. So that looks good. Pound yen, like it. And we've got New Zealand dollar yen as well. Again, extended to the downside. There's no real targets. Ooh, we're a lovely support. Yeah, so that's failed. That level there. So we can take that one off really. So we're down at a very nice support level here. We've got another level. That's a decent level as well. So that's a double hit on the daily. So this area here. Yeah. So that's 150 ADR. So hourly RSI extension, you're pretty much down at the 80 level. Yeah. So pop. Yeah, so we're looking for that pullback. There's your target. We've also got the massive propulsion target there. New Zealand dollar's not doing very well at the minute. It's not doing anywhere near as well as it has been. So, but I like that as an RSI extension based on obviously just a propulsion move. We're going to get a profit takeoff of that move. So mean revert straight back into it when it's ready. Target to the downside, obviously, for your second entry is actually 175, not 150, sorry. So that's that daily level. So if you get in here and it doesn't get to wherever you want to get with profit, second entry, and get out on the second. There you go. RSIs. And obviously keep an eye on the ADR dash for any ADR reversals. Let's catch up on the chat. I've seen it. Somebody's asked for it. Hakim. GM, you've asked for it as well. I know you're joking. Gold. I don't trade gold, but short it or long it. So at the moment, Euro US dollar, there's your ADR on Euro US dollar. Talking about serious instruments, there's your ADR on Euro US dollar, which is also a 1 hour RSI. Wait for the entry, M5, reversal alert. You're not going to get a reversal alert on this. So you're going to have to be constructive. That's probably not the right word, is it? You're going to have to be clever. So there literally has not been a green candle all the way down. So you're not going to get a reversal alert anywhere around here. So any hammer or bullish engulfing or inside bar break entry at the moment, it might give you a reversal alert. We've got a new low put in there. If we get a green candle put in and then we make another new low, then you're going to get the support rectangle jump. That will be your entry. That's a proper structure break. Other than that, you've got to trade price action on that. But yeah, nicely extended. So gold, if you are trading in line with sentiment, you want to be longing it. If, like me, you believe we're going to get some strength in the US dollar this afternoon, you want to be shorting it because it's a US dollar cross. Much more potential movement to the downside than there is to the upside. So I would take a short there. I would get in short here. I would get in short there. Either way, I would be looking to short it. However, this actually, because the fact that this is pushing up and the yens are pushing down, means we are probably getting a little bit of a safe haven run at the moment. Yeah, we are. Look, US dollar's pumping as well. So this is a bit of a safe haven run. I'm wondering if we're going to hear something about some bank this afternoon and they're going to run back into it. But we'll find out, I guess, this afternoon. Why do I live stream every weekday? Because the markets are shut at the weekends, Sean. Bit difficult to trade Forex and indices at the weekend when they're closed. As simple as that. Euro Swiss ADR, that euro's coming down hard as well. Yeah, I can't stream at weekends, can I? Because there's nothing to do. With regards to drawdown, what's the max percentage you think we should be, or is that personal choice? Personal choice, Baggy. It's all covered in the bootcamp. In day 4. No, 3. No, 2. No, 3. 4. 4. How to trade, position trade, and manage drawdown. It's a very personal thing, drawdown. You look at it on a portfolio basis and on an individual trade basis. So I personally look at it on a trade basis, on a position basis, basically. This is when I start to think about, might want to start doing some drawdown control. But I don't think about drawdown control really until I get to 3%. Portfolio-wise, somewhere between 10 to 15%. I start to ring alarm bells. Yeah, that's me. Some people, when they get into 1% drawdown, start to panic. That's you. It's a totally personal thing. All I will say is you can't pick your drawdown control limits until you've been in drawdown. Yeah, so you have to get your position in place, you have to get your portfolio up and running, and you have to get yourself into drawdown. You will figure out when you feel uncomfortable. It's a personal feeling. But what you will also do is over time, you will see squeezes unfold that you get out of, and you will see trade after trade where you get in and get out and get in and get out, and absolutely everything works fine. So you've got to do it. Yeah, look at that. Got in there, totally wrong. Took 2 drawdown controls, took a second position and exited with a profit. Single entry, in, out. Yeah, so this is not drawdown. Yeah, getting into 2 or 3 positions for me on an individual trade is not drawdown. That's trading. Yeah, this is trading. I'm trading the pound CAD at the moment, short. I'm in 4 positions on it, 4 trades on it in the position. I'm just trading it. When this gets to 5 and 6, something's not going quite right with this, either from a fundamental perspective or from a market structure perspective, i.e. the banks are not doing a profit take move for some reason, so then I'll deal with it. But I'll deal with it when it's going a little bit worse than I want it to, yeah? So it's a very, very personal thing. Also, I talk about it a lot in the bootcamp because you can't pick a number for everybody. Some people, there's people in the Telegram group that have been position trading for a while, they're sitting there happily on 20% drawdown because they've sat through squeezes like the CAD Swiss multiple times and they know that it will get out of it. Look at the look at the signal on MQL5. So there's a signal on MQL5 running. This one, look. It's been running for 76 weeks. 175% return. So this is the H1 M5 market reversal alerts EA. Autopilot, running along. I've done 1 intervention trade during the Ukraine war. Apart from that, it's just totally running on autopilot. But if you look at it, this is trading. There's always drawdown. Yeah, if you haven't got risk on, you're not trading, are you? Yeah, your account, whether it's 1K or 100K, the purpose of this capital is for you to run your business. Every business has a starting capital and a working capital. This is your working capital. To be able to enter into a position, you have to use some of your working capital to trade. So if I have a £30,000 account and I go into drawdown by £3,000 on it, 10%, I have a 10% working capital drawdown. Yeah. If you are a business owner and you have a bank account with 30,000 in it and it gets down to 15,000, you'll probably think, need to do something about this. Are you bankrupt? No, you're still business. You're still trading. You're still banking profit constantly. It's just that your working capital is being drawn down into, and that will play back out again. Yeah, these drawdowns disappear. But until you've seen that happening over and over again in live trading conditions, pound yen weekly range 125 has just been hit. You're not going to know what yours is. That's a good one. Look, good example. 2 out. That one. 3 positions needed. Exit. 1 position. Exit. That's just done today. But that initial position there took multiple drawdown controls. That one took a drawdown control as well. So slight scale outs, but overall profit. You're not going to know until you've been through this. Yeah, you've got to sit through it for a while, and that's why I say in the boot camp, in the very first day of the boot camp. Right at the beginning, actually, isn't it? Oh, here we go. Interactive Investor, good website. Back here, somewhere, I say something about giving it 30 days. Can't remember where. Somewhere in there, anyway. I say to give it 30 days, yeah? Somewhere. Go watch the boot camp. Yeah, somewhere. And the reason I say give it 30 days and don't system hop for 30 days is because you've got to trade this strategy and this methodology for a month to experience the swings and roundabouts of position trading. Yeah. My P&L is always in drawdown, and it's a very difficult thing for traders to adjust to, is being constantly wrong. But that's the only way you get that, by being constantly wrong, because if you're right all the time, you're a multimillionaire guru. And there aren't any of those in existence, are there? Because we're all looking for the Holy Grail. No one's found it. So you have to accept that this is what you use to manufacture money. But what that becomes before you panic, you won't know until you get there. Yeah. So you've got to do it. Go out, do it. Hopefully that helps answer that one. Forex is moving today, Big Les. It is. It wasn't moving yesterday. What's my view on NVIDIA? They're good graphics cards. I actually run an RTX. If you're asking me about stock trading, you're in the wrong room. What should I buy for scalping? Price Action Toolkit. So if you want to scalp, go and buy this. Not that. Go buy this. Best thing in the world for scalping. Yeah, buttons. You can't scalp without being able to control your positions. Yeah. Obviously, you would scalp on the M5 time frame, not on the daily. But Price Action Toolkit completely automatically does everything for you. Go and have a look at it. It's on the website. I'll give you a link. Not there. If you want to scalp, you need tools to scalp with. That's the tool. That's the tool that I use anyway. Whatever anybody else uses, I don't know. Sean Hendricks. I guess he goes live on the weekdays because that's when the markets are open. Jonathan Quick. They don't call you Jonathan Quick for no reason, do they? You're quick. You realized many moons ago that the markets are closed at weekends. So I'm not being pedantic. I just don't trade at the weekends because I don't trade crypto. I guess is probably what you're asking. I don't stream at the weekends because I don't trade crypto. And the only thing you can trade at the weekends is crypto or binary options or synthetic indices. And they're all a con, which is why I don't use them. I'm new to trading. It's been uphill. Mia, go and watch the bootcamp. You're new to trading and it's been uphill with a lot of losses. The bootcamp will explain why that is happening. It's all free. It's all on the website. Go and watch it. What can I buy now for scalping? Right. I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was you asking that question. Watch the bootcamp first. You'll stop scalping. There's a book. There's a very famous book. I will quickly show you. Where did I put it? Here. This book by this guy, Larry Williams. Very, 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 very good book. Larry Williams is a brilliant trader. This book sums up scalping. Long-term secrets to short-term trading. Yeah. This book title seems to tell you he found the long-term secrets to short-term trading. That's why you buy the book. It's a very, very, very clever book title. When you read this book, what it actually says is, do not do short-term trading. It doesn't work. The long-term secret to short-term trading is to not do short-term trading, and suddenly you'll become profitable. Who'd have thunk it? Stop scalping. There's very few people that can make consistent. I make money scalping, but I'm not consistently profitable at it, which is why I do it on prop, because on prop, I don't have to be consistently profitable. I have to have a good run to get extracted money. All I need is a good run. And that's basically why I trade prop as a scalper. I position trade to make long-term consistent profit. Really like the fundamental stuff on your website. Cool. And it's free. Everything's free on the website. What can I buy now for scalping? I'll answer that one. Face to voice. Don't remain a tadpole. Welcome back. It's great having someone who knows what they're talking about. And it's good for old timers like me to have some company in this lonely job. Go and hit the like button, guys, he just said. There's 155 people in here. We've got 89 likes. That's not enough, is it? There's 155 of you. That should say 155 on that thumbs up button. I've just realized I put my face directly over the bit in the corner that comes up with, down here, that comes up with the subscribe and like. That's why no one is subscribing and liking, isn't it? Because the thumbs up button comes up down here. I don't know. ADR bounce on Euro Swiss. Going straight off ADR. Two massive upside targets on that today. Not going to get a reverse alert on it though. It's too deep, too fast. That drop. What's the pair? So every instrument I'm trading, Mia, is on the screen there. Everything I'm looking at is on the screen there. Pound CAD short. Yep, I am. I got in way too early on this. So looking for it to come down here. Actually, I was going to get into an aggressive position on this today. So I'm in 1.57 drawdown on this at the moment, which isn't a lot. But what I was going to do was get an aggressive position on at some point. I was going to do it yesterday, and I didn't, because we had a very strong break there. And obviously what we've done today is push back up again, but we haven't made a new high. What I'm concerned about today, if you look at the sentiment on this, on the pound CAD, the market is short at the moment, as I am. So because 71% of the market is shorting pound CAD, it means that the market, when it needs to find liquidity to complete orders, will be looking to the upside. So all the liquidity is sitting here, here, and here on the pound CAD. That's the reason I'm not going aggressive on this at the moment, because I think there's a good chance that we're going to push back up and take some more liquidity out of those highs. Hopefully then everyone that's shorting it will get liquidated. They'll try and take a breakout long, which means that they'll put their liquidity at the lows, and then we'll start the rally down to the downside. So I'm looking to get aggressive on it. An aggressive drawdown control position on it is usually somewhere around 50% of the actual open lot size. So I'll be looking to take a 0.7 short, which will bring my average flying up high. So the average will jump from there up to here, and then my exit is in that propulsion gap. But I'm just waiting to see if this is actually confirmed strength. Again, another thing that's worried me today is getting positive news on the retail sales as well. So that could be bullish. And oil is pushing as well, which is going to help the Canadian dollar. So it's all kind of lining up to go the right way. But I'm not sure. What I might do is I'm going to stick a pending sell stop there. So that propulsion gap that we're just testing at the moment, yeah, if this does that back up into there and then bounces down and invalidates that propulsion gap, i.e. the buyers that started this push here get run over, I will enter short. and then I'm on an aggressive position short, and then you see that jump up. Aussie dollar yen 125 of its weekly. So because this is an aggressive drawdown control position, it has to have a stop. And stops go above the high. So that's a $300 risk. So, you know, this is how you do aggressive drawdown control. I've been in this position. It's not again, talking about aggressive drawdown control and how you handle these things. The reason I'm doing aggressive drawdown control position on this now isn't because I'm uncomfortable with the drawdown. The drawdown's fine. It's less than 2%. It's not a problem. But the reason I'm doing it is time. I've been in this trade now for coming on for, well, this is 2 weeks, isn't it now, basically. But when I start getting into week 3, being in something, and we literally had that rally which got me into the drawdown. Since then, we haven't gone anywhere. We've literally gone into a balance, little bit of price discovery, and we're stuck in another balance. So we're not actually getting anywhere. So what I want to do is get out of the position. I'm not looking really necessarily to make money on it. I just want to get out of it. So that will help me. If we get an ADR hit to the downside, 90% sure we're going to come back and fill this. So that's all I'm looking for, is a strong push, 1 day push. So I think now's probably the best time to do it. If it isn't, I'm going to lose $300. So the reason that I'm happy to do this today is because I've banked 1.5. So if I knock 300 off of that, never mind, I've only banked 1.2. It's not a problem, is it? So that is why we bank. This is why we bank consistently, because when we get to these positions where we're like, need to get out of this, I need some capital to be able to do this. If this works, brilliant. If this doesn't work, never mind, I'll have another crack on Monday. Because I don't know when the market's coming down, because that's not something I've got control over. So that's what I'm going to do with that one. And obviously TP on it. I won't set TP on it basically because I'll be waiting for, see where my average jumps to. And then obviously I'll be looking to get out in that propulsion gap. So if I was going to set a TP, I'd be basically putting it top of that propulsion. And top of that propulsion is $667. I'm only in $1,700 of drawdown. So by the time this pushes down to there, obviously I'll be in $500 or $600 of profit, won't I? There we go. 100 pip move down on EU since London. Yeah, big drop on the euro today. Not quite sure why. These figures are not that negative. It's a completely mixed bag today, but obviously the market just didn't like it. So it'll come back. Guatam, I've never seen anyone do this kind of trading method. I'm quite interested. I've not seen your bootcamp videos. Going to start looking at it, as I'm a big scalper. So does it benefit me? No, not at all. If you want to carry on scalping, but it's not about scalping. It's about making money. Big difference. Which you will find. If you do the bootcamp, you will suddenly go, what? That's how the market works. That's why I keep getting stopped out. Honestly, go and watch it. It's 10 hours. It's 10 hours you'll never get back, but 10 hours that might change your life. I remember you were using mean reversion with the 72 higher time frame EMA filter. Not interested in that setup anymore. It seems to be like an idea. Yeah, you can use that one if you want. I can't use all strategies. So on the website, that strategy is the trend pullback strategy, that one. Yeah, you're basically using the trend, 2472 MAs for directional bias, which is absolutely fine. At the moment, the market at the minute is very range bound. The vast majority of pairs are range bound or weak sells and weak buys, and the weak sells and the weak buys are mainly driven by retail sentiment at the minute. So there's not a lot of trend. So it's hard to trend trade when there's not a lot of trend going on. So that's the reason I'm not doing that strategy. But run it. Some people are running it. It's worked. They all work. Yeah, so pound CAD, 4 hour, you're only looking to take longs. That's fine. All your longs are working out. Yeah, but look how many long entries you've had on the 4 hour. One. Actually, no, that's not an entry. You had one there. Yeah. You haven't had any trades here. Not one entry. So that's why I'm not using it, because there's not a lot trending strong enough for that to work. And to be honest, that was never ever my favorite strategy. I'm not a trend trader. I don't like trend trading because only the market trends 20% of the time. 80% of the time it stays range bound and in mean reversion. So if you're a trend trader, your opportunities are 20 to 30% of the market. If you're a mean reversion or range trader, your opportunities are 80% of the market. Would you rather be having 80% of the opportunities or 20%? Just simple maths. There's a video on the website about that. Somewhere in here. There is, I promise. Somewhere. There's one about mean reversion. I can't see it now. Anyway, there is one. Easier if you go on the website. If you go to the website, go to the other free trading videos section. It's here. Mean reversion versus trend trading. Which should you be doing? It's that video there. I'll put it in the. It's only half an hour long. For me, that's short. I'll put it in the chat. Deutsche Bank shares slump more than 10% and its credit default swaps surge amid wider concerns about the banking sector. Where are you getting that from, Umair? Money markets price in 25 basis Fed cut by June. That's not happening. They've just said they're going to put it up by 25 to 50% May. They're not going to drop it by 25 the next time, are they? I don't know where they get this information from. Spain wants LNG imports. I can't see anything about Credit Suisse. This is financial juice. No chart available on the daily. Why? No. Credit Suisse shares haven't moved. Utem, I think you might be reading news that's a week old. They did drop by 10%, but that was last week. Look, here. That's where it dropped. Are you a time traveler? I think you might have come back a week out. Dixie and gold moving in the same direction. Yeah, I would stay away from those then. Pound Swiss breaking the support. Is it? It has. Yep. Or is it? Don't forget, 80% of breakouts fail. CNBC has it today on the front page, does it? I just looked the share price up and it's not. Oh, Deutsche Bank, sorry. I was looking up Credit Suisse. Why did nobody say, you're looking up Credit Suisse, you idiot? Deutsche Bank shares slide after sudden spike in the cost of insuring against its default. Eat. Right. Okay. So this run into the yens. Why is that not come up on Financial Juice? When did that happen? I'm a bit disappointed, Financial Juice. That's pretty bloody important. Well, I don't know. Yeah, so that's why we're getting the run into the safe havens. Yeah, so this is why we're getting the yen rallies, and why we are seeing the stock market drop, and why it dropped so hard at the open. Which, again, if I'd have known that news, I would have known that was what the play would have been. But and why the euro's coming down. Does seem to be pulling back a little bit now, though. So yeah, the eurozone will obviously be affected. It's a German bank, but just be careful with these yens. If you go long these yens, just be a little careful with them. Don't get into too much yen long, because if they are going to have another safe haven run, yeah, that's what happens. Yeah, so you don't want to be trying to mean revert a steam train, basically. However, what tends to happen on a safe haven run is that exact thing. You get a red, a red, a red, a red, a red, a red. Yeah, we're pulling back at the minute. So if we get a bullish candle here, I would suggest that this is not a safe haven run. What they're doing is insuring against their default swaps. They haven't defaulted. So it's kind of, we might be a little bit worried signal, but I wouldn't read too much into that. But yeah, it's important to know that. Sean, so why live stream every weekday when most don't live stream at all, regardless if markets open? Because I'm a good guy, as New Zealand Truckee just said. I'm the only good guy out there. Yeah, maybe. Do all the other traders out there give their courses away for free? Do they live stream and help traders every day for free? No. Why? Because they make their money trading, selling courses. Eek. Not trading, yeah? My income stream is not from selling you a course for 2,000 or selling you a private chat group for £300 a month, yeah? My money goes into my bank account from my trading. That's why I do this. Not because I'm trying to rip you off and sell you a course for £2,000. That's why all the other guys don't do this. Or if they do this, it's because they own a brokerage they're trying to sign you up to, or they're trying to sell you a course. Sean, there you go. Actually, I'm gathering all your data and I'm going to sell it to the Chinese. Lee, do you have to scale out? Because I've tested both and the numbers are fairly similar. No, you don't have to, Michael. You're quite right with that. Well done. Look, Michael has gone out with the EA, done his own research, not been spoon-fed, and come to a conclusion about position trading on his own. That's how people succeed in this industry. Do the work. Yeah, so there is no real difference between holding long-term with no drawdown control and doing drawdown control. The difference is, and you won't see this in the back tester, the strategy tester, Michael, what you will see in the strategy tester is a drawdown amount. That is closed drawdown. Open drawdown isn't reported properly in the strategy tester. So the difference between doing automated drawdown control, like on the pound CAD here, is that if it continues to push, there you go, I've triggered onto that aggressive position. So my average was here. My average is now there. Yeah, if you remember, pound CAD. That aggressive drawdown control position I just put on a minute ago is that limit order. My average was down here somewhere, wasn't it? Below this propulsion gap. So that aggressive drawdown control position, what it's done is it's moved my average up above the propulsion gap. So now, when we hit that propulsion gap, I can exit the entire position as a profit. Perfect example of drawdown control executed live. Sorry. So yeah, there you go. If you do that, what's going to happen is when this pushes against you further, if it does, this figure is going to be less horrendous. So that's why I do drawdown control on a regular basis, because yes, it puts loss in your P&L, but it also means that this doesn't get out of control as fast. If you get squeezed on multiple positions, you're going to just get loads of red. But this won't become horrible, which is what you're trying to stop happening. Yeah. So there is no difference. If you hold a position and it needs 10 before it comes back down, it will come back down and you'll get out. But that experience will be much nastier than if you are taking a scale out, doing drawdown control along the way. That's the only difference. Yeah. So that's why I would recommend it. You know, you don't have, there's varying levels of it. Yeah. So in the market reversal alerts EA, you can go to any instrument. Get out of the way. Oh no, I can't close that. I'm just going to close that then and shut the terminal. You can go into the drawdown control and you can set it to whatever you want. I would always recommend scaling out a third of the position. So you're only getting out of a third of the drawdown, not 50% or less, because that's not enough. Third is about the sweet spot, I find. But when you actually enact your drawdown control is up to you. This is very aggressive. 1.5 is leaving it a long time. 0.75 is less aggressive. That's more, I'm worried about drawdown. I'm going to get out of my positions faster. So the faster you get out, the less drawdown you'll experience. The less you get out, the worse your, the later you get out, the worse your drawdown will be. But you will still get out of the position. So you'll take less losses. It's a fine line. It's a fine balance, and there's no right or wrong. Again, a lot of what you do in position trading is all personal preference. So you know, do as you see fit. We're banking across the board. Look, like it. Let's go pound CAD. So those highs are holding. So the shorts are making money in retail today. Happy retail traders. George, the Grail. Did Greg Secker find it? Course, seminar, yeah. The Holy Grail of trading is, and I found it, create a course and sell it. It's the best way to make money out of trading. That's why 99% of people you see streaming, that's what they're doing. They're making money out of selling courses. Well, they're not actually, are they? They don't stream. People like Nirav don't stream. Greg Secker doesn't stream. There's not many people that stream that actually sell courses, to be fair. They just sell courses, don't they? They do run live rooms, though. And I guess they do live room streams to their live room people that pay for it. You have to pay for this type of info and knowledge from others, yeah. So did I. Can you say again, the EA for that account, over 12,000 profit? That's the market. All this is the market reversal alerts EA. Yeah, it's this one. Basically, what this EA does, all the EA does is it auto trades what you will learn in the position trading bootcamp. This just executes the trades for you. This executes the trades that you will learn how to trade in the position trading bootcamp. So this is just basically putting yourself on autopilot. But I would never leave this 100% unattended. I'm always watching what's happening, because every now and again I need to do this. I don't need to do it today, but I do want to do it because I'm fed up with being in it, to be honest. So yeah, that's the market reversal alerts EA. It's just basically some position trading EA. It's not, you can trade stop loss strategies with it as well, but I built it for position trading. Mustache, have a super smashing lovely weekend. See you Seymour if you're not around this afternoon. See you on Monday. When you're swing trading 4 weeks, what's your total pips count? No, I'm not going to pop. Guatam, we do not use pips. No one uses pips. Don't use pips. If you try and measure your success on pips, you will give yourself a completely false result. Reason being is, this instrument you're looking at here, the pound CAD, moves on average 130 pips in a day. The Euro CAD moves 131 because it's a CAD cross. Pound New Zealand moves 176. The Dax moves 381. The Dow Jones moves 684. And the US dollar ZAR moves 2,854 pips in a day. So if you measure your success on pips, what are you measuring? Completely a logical number that is unique on every instrument and totally unrelated to any other instrument. If you want to measure your success as a trader, you need to measure the percentage return on your account, because that is what pays the mortgage. If I have a $100,000 account and I make 10% a month, I make $10,000. If I have a $1,000 account and I make 10% a month, I make $100. The return on account is exactly the same. Whether I make that trading something that moves 3,000 pips a day or something that moves 50 pips a day is irrelevant. I can't say, hey, I got a 300 pip win today on the US dollar ZAR, because that's a load of crap, isn't it? It moves a quarter of an ADR on this thing is 714 pips. So I made a quarter of an ADR. Whoop-de-doo. You can't use pips as a measurement. Stop. All covered in day one on the bootcamp. There. We also kick off with a look at how you measure your success as a trader and why you should not use pips for that, or indeed anything. Do not use pips. Pips are bad. What's your website that tells how many people are going long and short? It's all on the website. Guatem, right? Intersected in between all the chat you're seeing fly past on the screen here, right? Look, I'm going to show you. This is what you're looking at on YouTube. This is the chat box. All these things here, they're all links to the website. Yeah, as you've been talking, there are hundreds of links to the website. So if you're asking where the website is, I'm not quite sure how to help. Sorry, I'm very sarcastic. If you come in here regularly, you'll learn that. Oil, short or long? Long on oil. CNBC, yeah, I think it's Deutsche Bank. Just got an ADSS alert, Alan. What the hell's an ADSS alert? Is that a pager? Is oil considered a safe haven? No, oil's not a safe haven. Although oil, I have realized oil, when they have a safe haven, there you go. When we have a safe haven rush, oil tends to come down hard. So do be careful longing oil if this is another rush on safe havens. However, we have just tapped into exactly where I want to buy oil. Bear with me 1 second. Okay, so yeah, this is exactly where I'm just putting my order in place. So this is where I want to buy oil. So we push down into this propulsion gap. Yeah. So if this is the peak formation low, and that is our new higher high, this is our new lower high for a push up to there. Yeah. Lovely hammer going in. So that's where I'm looking to buy it. There is no reversal alert on this. Okay, so what I have just done, because I'm not going to get a reversal alert entry on it, what I've just done is I have placed a pending order to go long at the high of this propulsion gap. So basically what I'm looking for is confirmation that we are coming out like that, i.e. we've got buyers on board. I need buyers on board. In fact, the higher that propulsion gap, 68.30, it's there. Yeah, so that's my entry, 68.30. That's your reversal out because it's been such a catastrophic drop on oil, again, on that safe haven run. Bit late, so I want to get in there. Yeah. So there's my entry on oil. And I'm going up here. US dollar CAD. That's going to change this afternoon at 12:30. Beautiful propulsion test. Short it into that. There. Extended on the hourly RSI. Reversal alert. You've just missed the trade, I think. You missed it. Ooh, sort of missed it. There's your entry. Reversal alert. If it gets a retest, you could take a second there, or you could just jump in now. Basically trading it back down into that propulsion gap. Be aware that we've got news this afternoon, and there is a potential safe haven rush going, which means we will get strength in the US. We've possibly got news this afternoon, which is going to be positive on the US as well, PMI figures. So could go either way. That and that, however, are lovely big targets. We've just tested this one for the second time. They may well run up to ADR and then come back down here, or they may come down here and then run up to ADR, or here and run up to ADR. Don't know. But if it's extended on the RSI, I'm not looking at anything but sells. And the 4 hours miles away, so I can only trade the hourly at the minute. That's my view. Who's right? Hey Lee, new format live stream. Great to see your face. Excellent. Extreme close up. Everyone's going to be clipping that now, making memes of it. Oh, I wish I hadn't said that. Zamalek. I'm a good guy. Thanks. Dilip, have come across your channel. I have to say, I've been watching and listening over the week, and you have said the honest truth. You simply say it as it is. I don't see the point in not saying it as it is because I'm not selling anything. So what's the point in lying to you? If I was renting a Lamborghini and standing in front of it and selling you a course, then I would be telling you how it can be. Do you have a rule on how long you hold for? No. If you're getting into a position, look at the CAD Swiss as an example. So I was just refreshing the stream to see if I could get a Nero ad, but I didn't while we're talking about courses. I might get Greg Secker though. I'll let this ad run out and we might get another one. So yeah, if you're in long, yeah, and you're not using a stop and you're scaling into a position and scaling out, and you take another one long and you don't use a stop loss, yeah, you are in drawdown. So all you can do is hold on for the profit take move, yeah, or stay in the squeeze or close it. Yeah, every time you enter into a trade, your options are close it at a loss or close it at a profit. There's no time limit for this. This could go down for a week or a fortnight. Yeah, and in this case, as you can see, it did. I didn't get any Nero ads. Sorry, I can't show you. So yeah, in this case, it did. Went down for, what's that, Friday? And then there's 1 week, so a week and a half. And it took me until, 2 weeks to get out of the position. Made a small loss on it. But, you know, your options are, if it pushes down further and you don't like it, you can close the whole lot out, right? Look at my P&L on here. And the positions that are in now. So let's say, for example, pound New Zealand, just don't like it. Yeah, been in this trade for 3rd of March. So where are we? The 24th of March. I've been in this trade for 20 days, right? In 0.75 drawdown. You can just shut it and go, screw this, and take 0.75. So take half your profit off today. That's your option. But when you press the buy button and the price goes down and you're not using a stop, you're in it. And you have no, if it goes on for 3 weeks, I'll get out. Because if it goes on for 3 weeks and it's down here and then you get out and then it bounces, you're going to be cross as hell, aren't you? So if you scale out, and this is why I was saying earlier about the options between scaling out and not scaling out of positions along the way. If you scale out the positions along the way, this is going to become a lot more manageable and easy to run, isn't it? And it's going to be so much easier to get out of your positions if you do that. So there's no time limits involved. You're a position trader. When you hit that button, the very first time you hit that sell button there, you are in a position. Your position is short. I am short. Someone comes up to me at a meeting and says, what's your position on the pound New Zealand? I'm short. I don't have a choice. I can't do anything else. I've hit the short button. My commitment is short. I'm short. I stay short until I get out of the position. And I get out of the position by adding shorts to the position because it's a position that I'm short on. And I will stay short on it because that is my commitment to the position. At some point, this buy cycle will turn into a sell cycle. When the sell cycle starts, I will exit because price goes up and down. What I'm trading here is an hourly chart. Look at the daily. Buy cycle, sell cycle, buy cycle, sell cycle, buy cycle, sell cycle. Sell cycle, buy cycle, sell cycle, buy cycle, bicycle. Bicycle. Just made something new up. Buy cycle, sell cycle, bike, sell, bike, sell. Yeah, looking at it on the hourly chart at the minute, we are in a buy cycle. So on the hourly chart, I am sitting in the bicycle waiting for the sell cycle. Yeah, I don't know when the sell cycle's coming. It will, but I'm in it. I can't time the market because I'm not a bank. Again, all covered in the position trading bootcamp. That's what it's all about. I must put my camera up there because I spend 90% of my time reading chat. So if I put the camera above the chat, obviously it's first time having a camera. Give me a break. Do you have a rule of how long you hold a trade for? Just done that, haven't we? Thank you so much. Sorry, I had to go out. Guatam. If you said anything about the website to view how many people are long or short, could you repeat it again? I probably have, haven't I? Noted. Yeah, you said good. Hey, handsome. Hey, Proster. Thought I'd show my face. ICT streams and calls the market live for free. Does he? I've never seen a live stream of ICT. Does he stream to live nothing now? Live tape reading. Does he actually trade live though? I don't. It's obviously something new he started, isn't it? He didn't show his face until I don't know when, but is he actually trading live? Yeah. Cool. There you go. ICT has jumped on the bandwagon. That was the major criticism, wasn't it, of ICT? Never traded live. Everybody can show a hindsight trade. So that's good. Greg Sucker won't take the risk of trading live. His rep will be in the mud. He's a good content creator and not a trader. He's a marketer and a good business owner. He runs a business. His trading business turns over £11 million a year. Fantastic. It's a lovely way to buy a Rolls Royce and a helicopter. I have no problem with that. Concerning the EA, if on a laptop and a laptop is turned off, does it still function? Najib. I'm not going to be nasty, but if you turn your computer off, do you still receive emails? If you turn your computer off, do you think an EA will still trade? This is what VPSs are for. Go buy yourself a VPS. They're like $25 a month. And you run your, this is what you're looking at here. This is a VPS. I have multiple MT4s running on the VPS, each of them running different strategies, and they basically trade. That's reset again, look. Does it every time, doesn't it? So frustrating. Yeah, you need a VPS if you're going to run EAs, or you just leave your laptop on. Up to you. I had before I started using VPSs, I had a PC. I bought a new PC. I bought a new trading PC, and then what I did basically with my old trading PC was I used it as a VPS. So I had it sitting there on 24/7, just running MT4 and trading for me. And then I realized that VPSs cost less than electricity, so I stopped using it. Basically, especially now, do not run a VPS 24/7 in your house. Buy one, it's so much cheaper. You could probably buy a computer less than you're paying in electricity at the moment if you live in the UK. Oil drop 3%. Yeah, that's dropping on the safe haven rush by the looks of things. Good time to buy. When things go down, you buy them. Does news on the US dollar affect the euro yen? Sometimes not. It depends on the news. At the moment, the news is having very little impact. We had the biggest news day yesterday. This is the biggest news day of the month yesterday, yeah? So we had 2 interest rates, yeah, and unemployment figures for the US released on the same day. Yesterday was the flattest day we've had all month. So news has a completely different impact. Things like interest rate changes, like FOMC and the bank rates, they will have a massive impact on all currencies, because when you get a new rate, the way that the interest rates work specifically is a higher rate is more attractive to investors. So the higher interest rates tend to attract money. So if you increase your interest rates dramatically above others, you entice people to come and buy the US dollar. When there is an unexpected result, i.e. a drop in the US dollar that you're not expecting, or drop in the interest rate that you're not expecting, it has a negative impact on the currency. If people want to sell their US dollar, they then need to find somewhere to put it, which means they put it somewhere else, like the pound, the euro, or the yen. Yeah. So when you have a strong news event, which means that money is pushed or pulled out of a currency, that money has to go somewhere, and it will end up landing in one of the other majors. So when you get a big news event with a big spike, everything moves because everybody is repositioning. Yeah. Banks and institutions work in the same way as I do. They run positions. They run portfolios. So if I suddenly hit target on tons of stuff and it goes into my realized P&L, I will take on more positions against the positions I've closed, because once it does that, it's going to go the other way. And they do exactly the same thing. They're pushing and pulling money in and out of the currencies. So every currency has an impact on every other currency, which is why we have currency crosses. So yes, it does, but not in necessarily the same way as a safe haven run will. So the moment the US dollar is pumping, the yen is pumping. The Swiss franc normally you would find pumping. It is having a bit of a pump at the moment, although not as strong as the rest. So when you get money running into safe havens, it tends to flow out of other currencies in the same way. So US dollar Swiss, I'm about to TP on in a minute as well. We're up in propulsion. just in case something crazy happens. That's me with the CAD Swiss since 0203. Can't remember what I was saying, but that's it. Oh, right. Since the second. Oh, you're still in CAD Swiss. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Right. So you need to do an aggressive position, don't you? You need to get out of this. I mean, you can't. If you weren't out there, it's again. This is another reason I scale out on the way, and why scaling out on the way is more advantageous, I think. If I hadn't have scaled out of these positions on the way, these lot sizes would have been the originals, maybe a 0.58 or something. By the time we got down to here, and I put this position on, this original position up here would be something like a 0.2. And because I've got lower lot sizing above the positions I'm adding on, my average gets closer. So your exit gets closer and exit gets easier. Yeah. So you scaling out of positions, as you just seen here with the pound New Zealand, pound CAD, sorry, aggressive position I've put on, my average went from here to here. You can achieve exactly the same result by scaling out of positions. So if I was to reduce that down to a 0.1, that 0.3 to a 0.15, and that 0.38 there to a 0.15, for example, this average would jump. So I'm doing drawdown control, which brings the average closer to price, meaning your exit doesn't have to be here. It can be here within an ADR. Yeah. Our goal is to keep the average within the ADR. Yeah. So scaling out, the reason you're in pound in CAD Swiss and I'm not is quite possibly because I scaled out on the way down, meaning I had an easier exit. Yeah. So yes, it helps, but it will come back. It will come back. This is also a very good insight. Why the exposure management in the bootcamp is so important if you're going to hold till profit. Yeah. So if you're going to, I mean, exposure should be two per currency. Yeah, which is taught in the bootcamp. This EA is running different settings on every entry so I can show every entry basically. So, but you should always try to keep your exposure minimized. And if you want to hedge, that's fine. So if you've got two exposures short and one exposure long, that's really not a problem. It's not ideal. Oil entry, I am in. What? Oh no, sorry, I'm not. No, it's a different alert. Sorry. No, I'm not in oil. That was another alert to say it's pushing down. But yeah, so if you hedge, that's fine, really. Not ideal. I don't like it as much as not liking it. But if you go down for two and one up, obviously you're going to be right on one of those, and then you deal with the ones you're wrong. So if New Zealand pushes down, happy days, I win two, and then I deal with that one and scale into that one to get out of that one. Yeah. But the more you expose yourself, obviously, the more dangerous it is, which is all taught in the bootcamp. Dax is still going. Anybody get on this baby today? That's a gorgeous 15-minute look. Still going. But one day I decide not to take it. How annoying. Never mind. Magnus, you look a hell of a lot like someone named Loz, but with hair. He was without. Okay. How do you know I'm not Loz and I've had a hair transplant? Could have happened. Awesome evening, James. Morning, evening. Alan, realistically, what's the minimum capital required to trade position trading? I get asked that all the time. The realistic capital to start any trading is 10, 20, 30K. You can't trade with 300 quid. You can trade with anything, but if you're going to trade with 300 quid and you want to pay your mortgage, you can't. look at the return here, yeah, 10.43% this month. The way you work out a position trading strategy, if using correct risk, yeah, will return somewhere between 5 to 15% a month on average. Yeah, you're going to have months where you're returning 25%. You're going to have months where you're going to be negative 5%. Yeah, you're not going to have the same return every month. So you need to look at it long term. If, for example, let's say we end up on 10.43% this month, if your monthly outgoings are $2,500, yen, pound, krona, whatever your currency is, if your outgoings are 2,500 and you're going to make 10% a month, you need a 25,000 pound, in my case, account to pay the bills. Yeah. If you have a 50K account, you would have made $5,000 this month, £5,000, whatever your currency is. Yeah. So if you come to the table with $1,000 to position trade, you're going to make £100 a month. And if that's all you want to do, fine. But if you want to make a living out of this, you need capital. If you want to start a business, i.e. leave your job and do this full time, you need capital. Yeah, if you want to set a shop up on the high street, you need capital. If you want to go and learn a new career and take 3 months to become retrain yourself as a whatever, which pays X amount a year, you need capital to cover that 3 months. Yeah, so you can't do this job without capital. People come and say, I had a message on, not Telegram, on MQL5 Marketplace. Can I position trade with £250? Yeah, you can. As long as you're happy to make £2.50 a month. £25 a month, rather, not £2.50, is it? So yeah, there is no minimum capital. Yeah, if you're going to use the market reversal alerts EA, it will calculate a percentage of your balance to use as risk as lot size. But if you're 250 balance, it's going to go a 0.01 in every trade. So yeah, honest answer, that's what you need. You can't do it with less. You can do it with less. What you can do, and this is what I said to the guy in Telegram in MQL5. I won't look at the menu, what it is, but what I said to him basically was, if you had, for example, he had 250. I mean, it's very, very difficult. But if you had £1,000 to start with, or $1,000, or whatever it may be, yeah, you can compound this up. So instead of risking 0.25% of your account on a half an ADR stop, so that's your risk. What you could do is risk 1.25, yeah, and you will benefit, and you will make a lot more than 10%. You'll probably make somewhere in the region of 40 to 50%. So you will grow your account to £1,500. But the risk, if you had 3 positions go against you at once, you're going to blow it, aren't you? Yeah. So that's, I like to keep myself in 10 to 15% of drawdown. Yeah. To do that, I need to risk 0.25% per trade. That's what typically keeps me within this and keeps me on a 5 to 10%. If you want to make bigger risks, you're going to get bigger returns, but you're also going to have a higher risk of ruin, risk of blowing your account. So there is no right or wrong starting balance for position trading. But if you haven't got capital, you haven't got a business. There's very few businesses, right? Think about, you want to start a business, whatever it may be, web design company, shop on the high street, a cafe, a restaurant, a bar, any consultancy. If you want to employ people, yeah, your starting capital is usually somewhere around 100,000, whatever. It's £100,000, $100,000. Yeah. If you want to become a full-time trader, why on earth do you think you can do this without $100,000? It's a job. It's a business. You're starting a business. You need capital. If you haven't got capital, you can go and get it from a prop firm. But if you're going to use a prop firm, you're going to have to work within their rules. You are now an employee. Yeah, you have to work within the employees, in the employer's risk parameters. The employer's risk parameters say you can't go above 5%. Yeah, I do. To do that, the employers know you can't do that without going above 5%. So what do? They do that because their business model is you paying evaluation fees. Yeah, the guys doing the adverts on YouTube are selling the courses. It's all geared against you without capital. And everybody wants to earn the Lamborghini, but they think they can earn the Lamborghini with $500 starting capital. Of course you can't. It's a $100,000 car. What makes you think your $500 is going to get you a $100,000 Lamborghini? Not going to happen. So yeah, there you go. That's the honest truth. Position trading, you can make money out of it, no problem. But the amount you make is directly related to your balance that you start with. And that's whatever you got, isn't it? People into the cult of SMC and ICT really think they're trading in line with the banks. I know. It's a shame. It's just a word, isn't it? You know, smart money concepts. The banks move the market. How the banks move the market is not something you can really read, I don't think. You can read it. I mean, all ICT concepts work sometimes, don't they? They work some of the time. New Zealand yen ADR. So more yen money coming in at the minute. Be careful with these yens. Still pushing. Not that strong, though. They're not that strong. See, I mean, smart money concepts work. But I struggle with the term smart money concepts because there's a lot of people selling smart money concepts. And I think everybody thinks smart money concepts are ICT. And everybody thinks that the smart money concept is the stop run, which I guess is probably what they're thinking initially. And that's what Steve Mauro taught before ICT. So you've got all these different concepts and these, you know, this thing here, the wide range bar that M.A. Perry designed. You know, he uses that as a fair value gap or an inefficiency or an imbalance, whatever it's called. I don't know because I don't do it, but whatever he calls these things, they are just a propulsion move with a different name. This is a bank movement. So this is a smart money concept in itself, isn't it? Because if we are smart, we are following the money, which is the banks. So it's all the same thing. And I just struggle with what smart money concepts are, because everything in trading, if you think about it, is a smart money concept. We're following the bank's movements. We are on board the bank's movements. We are anticipating the bank's movements. Everybody since year dot trading began has been trying to do the same thing. It's become very popular recently because it's been thrown out on social media. But the concept of support and resistance, which at the end of the day is what the markets move on, has been around forever. How you trade it is entirely up to you. You can draw a block around it. You can draw a line on it. You can wait for someone to do that over it. It's all the same thing. It will move from here and it will push back into areas where the banks have moved previously. It's just market structure, and it's the same stuff, but it's popularized by people that are good at delivering content on it. I think that's why we follow those, you know, those types of concepts. And ICT was one of the first, I guess, to come out with the an easy way to deliver it, I suppose. I don't know. But anyway, uses a stop loss. It's a different strategy. I don't do it because I can't. I do this because I can. You do what you can do. Simples. Do you have another job? No. I do have another business. Yeah, I have a web design company, but I don't anymore. I do. That's not true. I do have a web design company, but it doesn't really trade anymore. It trades in the fact that I have some customers that I run servers for. which pay me a monthly fee of 25 quid a month. Ooh. So yeah, no, I don't. That's the reason I got so into this, because I wanted to quit the day job. Hang on a minute. This is my day job. I spend 8 hours a day doing this instead of doing that, but I enjoy this. I didn't enjoy doing that. Euro dropping 1%, euro US dollar. Yeah, still everything's still coming down. So big day. We should have a big day as well. We haven't had a big day for ages this week. We're due. Aussie dollar CAD. Hakeem, Aussie dollar CAD. So this was a bounce from yesterday. So this was yesterday's RSI, sorry, ADR reversal. Coming down at the moment. I think we looked at this morning, didn't we? Yeah, it's a buy. So there's no advantage from COT. There's no advantage from retail. It's purely a fundamental buy at the moment. So I'll just be looking for areas to get in, really. The reversal alert is about to trigger here. So if you're a smart money concept trader, I guess you longed that. And I guess you're about to long this. RSI is extended on the 5-minute. Hourly, we're not extended, so it's not one that I would take at the moment. This is totally range bound at the minute, so there's loads of areas potentially we could come and test on this. There's nothing really solid anywhere, though. Don't know. I'd long it, but I don't know where it's going down here. At some point it's coming up there, but I don't know where, when. It's not extended, so I'm not interested yet. But I will be. GM, look at the pound. Yeah, decent rally again on the pound. Not as strong as the US dollar, though. Thinking more from exposure point of view, Alan. Or what were we talking about? Realistically, what's the minimum capital required to trade position trading? From an exposure point of view. I don't know. Capital's capital. As Diamond's just said, in his opinion, the minimum you need is 2K. But then you're going to make something like £200-300 a month. People do this for different reasons, yeah. So there's a lot of people who are I've just banked US dollar Swiss, by the way. Yeah, moved into propulsion. Out. A lot of people do this for different reasons. A lot of people are hobbyists, what I call a hobby trader. And they want to try and make a bit of money on the side type thing. So if you want to use this as a second income, position trading is brilliant for that. But you are going to need capital. Yeah. The trouble with people that want to make a second income is they probably want to make a second income because they haven't got money. So it's a never-ending cycle, isn't it? If you haven't got money and you need a second income, you can't make the second income using money. And to trade, to make money trading, you need money. So it's a hard thing to make money without it. So for me, position trading is, I started position trading with what I still position trade with, which is actually, no, a bit less actually, about 25K. I demo traded and I position traded with a lot less to start with, but when I went properly, I went in properly with some decent money because I had to. Because the only way you're ever going to break this cycle of working for someone is if you can earn a buffer. So the way that I did it was I put 3 months worth of money in the bank. Yeah. So let's say, for example, you need 2.5K a month to pay the bills and to live. You need to put 7.5K in the bank to give up your job. Yeah. Because you are going to have, for the first month or so, worries, and you're not necessarily going to make enough money. So this 7.5 grand in the bank is for you to pay yourself what you need to earn for 3 months to give this a go as a full-time trader. On top of that, you're going to need enough capital to do this. So do you see where the problem is? The only way people, and this is why 95% of traders fail, what people try to do is take a small amount of money and turn it into a large amount of money so that they can use lower risk to start to hopefully make a business. The problem is, if you can do that using some kind of compounding strategy, when you get there, you're so used to making that, you won't stop doing that. And unfortunately, at some time that will pop. And then everybody goes into this cycle of, I'm doing really well, I've blown my account. I'm doing really well, I've blown my account. I'm looking for the Holy Grail, I've blown my account. That's why everybody fails in trading, because they don't treat it like a business. And people can't treat it like a business because people haven't got the money to do this like a business. It's just it's such a hard job. The people that I know that are professional traders, that are profitable traders, have had other businesses like myself, which have allowed me time to learn to trade alongside my business and build up money from my business to transfer over to this business. Yeah. Everybody I know that is a professional, not professional, everybody that is a retail home trader making money, they've either come from banking, they've come from the business background, some kind of entrepreneurial background, or something like that. Because unless you have been in those realms, you haven't got enough capital to do the job. It's true. That's the catch-22. That's it. That's trading. That's real world trading. Yeah, the guys, the teenagers, the 20-year-olds who are standing in front of Lamborghinis and showing off Porsches, yeah, somewhere along the line, their parents were millionaires or something, and they have come onto a load of money and they've managed to crack it that way. Or they've taught people how to trade theory for long enough that they've built a pot of cash to execute their theories. That's how it works, isn't it? That's how this industry works. Yeah. One of my best friends who I communicate with, not actually that regularly now, Dave, he trades and he trades S&P, scalps S&P, but he comes from Barclays. Yeah. He was six-figure trader. And that's why he's got capital to trade himself. Tom Hurgard, multimillionaire trader. He's come from a brokerage. Yeah, people that have money make money. That's just the way the world works, isn't it? The investment gurus make all the cash. But you can do this with a medium amount of cash. Yeah. I know a guy, I'm not advocating that you do this. I know a guy who got a bank loan for an extension on his house of 35 grand and didn't build the extension. He put it into a trading pot and he's still going today. There you go. There are ways of doing it, but don't tell the bank. And don't go and run up a load of money on credit cards. That's bad. The problem is with the minimum lot size. Yeah, as Yama's just said, yeah. 5K is a good, comfortable starting point. Good night, George in Sydney. Hopefully see you again soon. I'm a legend. Legend. Sound like the craze. Before you start liking me to the craze, no. But what would be the next support? On pound US dollar, the next support on the 4 hour. So I would look somewhere, well, where I've got my line. Is that high there? Yeah. Right now. But if that fails, we've got this propulsion gap and we've got this, there's so much downside. Everything against US, there's so much downside target on it at the moment. meaning strength in the US on its way, I believe. €200 in a month is good. Yeah, if that is good, I know that's good. This is what I mean. Different people have got different things. There's guys. I get this every now and again. There's guys in South Africa. I get a lot of South Africans contact me through Telegram. There's a lot of South African traders. A lot. I don't know why it is. I think it's probably the chasing the dream thing, and they're seeing the Lamborghinis and people making lots of money. But I see a lot of South Africans, and they come in and they go, "I can't afford your indicator. Could you do me a discount on the indicator?" And the indicator's the market reverse alerts indicator is one they want. It's $49. And I always reply the same thing, not in a nasty way, but if you can't afford $49 for an indicator, seriously, how are you going to make money? And the reason they can't afford $49 for the indicator is they only need to make $10 a month and they'll be comfortable. So you have to think outside, what people need and want to earn as a trader. Some people need to earn very, very little to survive. So, it's very different for everybody. And, some people do this and earn holiday money. Yeah. If you can make yourself £5,000 a month, £5,000 a year, 500 quid a month, that pays for a holiday. Like I say, it's the second incomes. But if you want to make £5,000 a year to buy a holiday, you need £5,000 to start trading. And obviously you're putting risk on the table. Difficult, isn't it? It's gone really dark in here. Obviously a load of clouds come past. Jonathan, damn it, my electricity bill's sky high since using the market reversal EA. I must turn my PC off this weekend to save a bit of cash. Also turn your PC off so that it can have a rest. Computers that are left on all the time tend to go pop at some point. Tuning in a bit late today, Huang. What's your overall assessment of today's market? How can I possibly answer that? Afternoon, Europe. Welcome aboard. I will not be taking the €200 away. So it's compound. Exactly. Compounding works. Compounding here would work, right? So if you started trading with 5,000 and made 10%, you're making 500. If you keep it exactly as it is, the next month you make 10%, you're up to 6,000. Yeah, now you're making 600 a month, aren't you? Yeah, do it again when you're up to 7,000. Now you're making 700 a month. Yeah, after 12 months, you are growing by compounding. If you go in more aggressive, right? So the signal on MQL5 marketplace, yeah? This signal here, 175% return. This is using 0.25% risk per trade, yeah? Look at the drawdown max on it. We got to 48%. Yeah, but it's grown the equity from 25 up to 55. What did we start at? 20? 22. 20, that's right. So it's made 35k profit. So it's more than double the account, obviously, yeah. So we grew it from 20 to 55 in that period of time. We had a 48% drawdown, but that was because of the Ukraine war. If the Ukraine war had not have kicked off, right, the max drawdown on this, actually, it would have still had it. It was on this, wasn't it? We don't quite know what this was, but it was still 45%. But you look at the normal drawdown on it, okay? So if you were to exclude Ukraine war and exclude whatever happened there, I think that was the Swiss franc interest rate, I think. I'm not sure. But if you exclude those two spikes, right, the highest drawdown this has done is 25%. And that's on a 0.25 risk. So if you had gone with a 0.5% risk, you'd have made twice as much profit. Yeah, you'd have made 70k instead of 35. And you'd be up here with your drawdown. Only twice in that 1.5 or whatever year period. If you'd have gone in with a 0.75% risk, you would be making 90K from your 20,000, but you would be higher. You'd be up at something like 75% drawdown twice. These would have blown the account. Yeah, that's that I say. If you increase your risk of ruin increases alongside it. But going forward, if we do not have some crazy interest rate move, we do not have another war start for the next 12 months, if you went with 1% risk instead of 0.25 and said, I'm putting this 20K in and it might disappear. If it doesn't disappear, you're going to return something in the region of 120K on it. This is H1M5 set file. Yeah. Fully automated, doing its thing. Yeah. So there is, you know, when we're talking about having enough money to trade, if you start with 2,000, you're going to grow it very, very quick if you risk more. What you have to hope is that we do not get a big multi-squeeze happening at the same time. No one's got a crystal ball, have they? So, you know, it can be done, but for position trading, obviously, it's not easy to do. So, but 25% is your highest drawdown. Yeah, and this is why I say I'm happy. You know, sitting in an account, if I get up to 10 or 15% drawdown, I'm happy. I've got proof. You know, proof here. Yeah, this is running on full auto. 25% drawdown happens a couple of times. There's 15. Yeah, look at how many times, really, if you're managing your risk and your exposure properly, you actually get to 15%. It doesn't happen often. Yeah, when I get to 10%, I'm thinking payday's coming soon. Not often it doesn't get to 10% and then come down fast, does it? So, you know, it's just money, money, money. Everybody needs it to make it. Diamond, the electrons build up in the wires over time like clogged arteries. You need to shut down from time to time to flush it out. Fat electrons. Really? I did not know that. But that does make sense. Being a logical man myself, I would agree with you on that one. Just noticed the webcam. Haha, one. I keep looking. Do you know what? This is hard for me. I'm not used to it. I'm used to watching stuff all around me on monitors. So trying to focus myself is virtually impossible. And I'm constantly looking here. Now you know what I do when I'm streaming. I spend 90% of my time. That's why my neck's knackered. I've just realized why I've got that neck problem. I spend my entire life doing that. Light bulb. That's it. I've got a trap, for those who don't know, in here, there's 131 people in here that might have never been here before. I've got a trapped C6 nerve in my neck. I've got a numb thumb. This thumb's numb. I'm on drugs for it, basically. And I've no idea why. And it's the second time I've had it. I spend my life streaming with the chat window there. That's where my neck is. I need to change that. How the hell do I do that? If I put chat up the top of the chart, I might have to move my screen around a little bit. Either that or I put the camera up there and I sit like this. Right. I keep my RSO at 80-20. Yeah. 80-20 is less risk. Less entries, less risk. Yeah. 80-20 on the pound US dollar, you would have had one entry there. On the hourly, if you're trading hourly, which most people seem to be trading hourly now, because they see me trading hourly, but on the 80-20 on the hourly, you'd have been in there, 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 and there. Shorts, that one, that one, that one, that one, that one, maybe a couple and out, and then that one, And longs, you'd have been in on that one, that one. That would have been a multiple. That one, possibly a multiple, maybe a single, maybe a multiple. That one, and that one there. Oh, and that one there. You can't see them, but they're my trades plotted on the chart. There you go. So 80-20. Yeah. Actually, you would have not got in. That's my entry on 75. Your entry on 80 would have been triggered here. You'd have got a better entry and gone into that much drawdown. I went into that much drawdown. So happy days for the 80-20 traders, eh? 80-20 is actually much, much, much nicer on H1. What I'm waiting for is the volatility to pick up. And then I will probably switch back to the 21 RSI. But I might just go 80-20. So 21 RSI, obviously this is the 14 plotted at the moment. The 21, as you can see, contracts the RSI. This is the normal 21 I run, but because the market is so contracted at the moment, I'm running a 14 on it. But obviously your entries would be a lot less, a lot more difficult. But then the market would be more volatile and the strength of movement would be faster. So swings and roundabouts, doesn't matter. It's how you manage the trade after you're in, not how you get in. As I always say. Derp, yarp, yarp. Now you can see me saying yarp. I watched ICT for some weeks, but your trading style is much more that fits to mine. Yeah, you're one camp. Well, you're not one camp or the other. I'm not against ICT at all. You either get it or you don't. It's like everything. You get it or you don't. Do my bootcamp, you get it or you don't. Do ICT's course, you get it or you don't. You need to do everything. Something will suddenly go, got it. And until you've done it all, you're not going to know where your light bulb moment comes. So do everything. Anna, one stupid question. Does the EA every month 10%? No. No. The EA will make what the EA makes, and the EA makes what the EA makes based on what the market moves. This is the whole premise of the bootcamp. Yeah, this is a random thing. This moves up and down randomly based on bank order positioning. You have no way of knowing where this goes. Whenever you enter a trade, you have no idea if that's going to go down there for 3 weeks or whether it's going to come up here for 2 days and get you out. No way of knowing. So when you enter your trades, you exit your trades at your given reward, whatever you want it to be. And how many times the banks move the market in the direction you need it to go each month will determine how much money you make. Your risk needs to be your risk. Your reward is based on bank movement. I have 25% months. People who've been in here for a while have seen I have 25% months. I have 5% months. I have losing months. Yeah. I get in, and this is part of what this PDF is. Yeah, this PDF. For some reason I can't zoom in on my. Oh God, what? Why does that link not work? I need to update that link. This PDF, I'll be able to zoom in on this one, but you can see it pretty clear anyway, can't you? This is where I am. Yeah. So what I do now as a trader is this, and the EA does pretty much this for me. I'm on full autopilot. So I have a strategy and a methodology that I use to get in and out of the market. I get in and I'm in. That's it. I deal with it. It goes where it goes, and I get out when I get out. It's on full autopilot. I don't think about it. The RSI gets down there. I get a reversal. I enter the market, and I either get out or I get in. Yeah. So it's totally, that's what I do. So whenever someone says, "Can you analyze this?" I look at it and go, "Well, it's not extended. I'm not in it." That's the end of my analysis. It's such a simple thing. That's my autopilot. That is me getting in. Me getting out is not dependent on me. Me getting out is dependent on the market movement. Yeah. Me getting in is also dependent on the market movement. Yeah. So if you look at the yesterday, yeah. What did I make yesterday? Look, $279. Why? Because the market didn't move. Could I have made more money? No, because the market didn't move. Who is in control of me making money? The market. The banks didn't move the market yesterday, so none of my positions came to fruition, so therefore I didn't make much money. So how can I possibly say that my EA or any strategy will ever make an amount of money per week, per month, per year, because I have no way of predicting where the market will go today, tomorrow, or this year. It's all completely driven by the random thing that you can't predict. The market goes up, the market goes down. It moves through time. There is no one on this planet that can tell you where this is going this afternoon. It's going one way or the other. I've just taken a short, aggressive drawdown control position on the pound New Zealand. CAD, sorry. Yeah. Do you think I would have taken that aggressive drawdown control position there if I thought that was going to go up? Of course I wouldn't. The reason I took that position was because it's coming down and it looks like we might have found our high. I have no idea if this is going to come up and stop me out or whether it's going to come down and give me an exit. If it comes down and gives me an exit, that will become something like 2,500. If it goes up to there and gives me an exit, that will become 1,500. Yeah. But I have no control over that. Do I? And funnily enough, there's a video on the website. I feel like a stuck record. I say the same things every day, don't I? But it's all important. Yeah. As soon as you understand that video, it's a tiny little video. It's 10 minutes of your life. Watch it. And it will transform the way you look at this, because you realize you're trying to control an uncontrollable thing. You can't do it. You're on board a train. You get off when it stops. If it doesn't stop, you don't get off. Yeah. New Zealand, US dollars, euro, yen, for example. Oh, here we go. It stopped. ADR. There you go. Beautiful. Beautiful. ADR. God, I sounded like Donald Trump then, didn't I? Beautiful. Oh, I can't even do his voice. But yeah, look. If you got on that train long this morning, you haven't had a chance to get off yet. Now you have. Yeah. You're in long. I'm in long. I have nothing I can do about it. I'm in long. That's it. You're on the train. You get off when you get off. Yes, neck is a problem. Know it. Yep, Europe's got a problem with his neck as well. That is exactly why my neck's like that. So I went to the physio yesterday and we were discussing, have you got any ideas why you've got this thing? And I was like, nope, not doing anything different. No, that's the problem. You're doing the same thing every day. I'm going to need to, I just don't know where I can put that. I need to move my charts anyway. If I only had one indicator to trade with, I would use the market reverse alerts indicator. I'm on NinjaTrader and still using this indicator. Cool. That's good. I found something wrong with the market reverse alerts EA. What, hasn't made enough money? I haven't been able to sleep thinking about what settings to try next. I have found something wrong with your market reverse alerts EA. I haven't been able to sleep for thinking about what settings to try next. Oh, you haven't. I get it. Right. Sorry, James. So I'm just going to stretch my Darth Vader. It's my stress toy. Good, isn't he? This is what happens when I go short on the NASDAQ with 5% and it goes up by one candle. That's what I do. I haven't been able to sleep thinking about what's trying next. Yeah. So the problem with it is you're so excited about it, you can't sleep. That is a good problem to have. Put your monitors on the ceiling. That'd be good. Lying in bed. Yeah. I had a numb thumb due to a nerve in my shoulder. Yeah, exactly. After taking muscle relaxer. Yeah. So I'm on a drug at the moment called pregabalin, which is quite a strong nerve relaxing drug. Which I'm starting hopefully to scale off of now. But yeah, that basically numbs all my nerves. So that numb thumb is still numb, but the pain I had without that was just too much to bear. I'll run that by the wife and see if I can get away with it. I can't remember what that was, but yarp. Is there a reason why you put the oil buy order above the current price, but not another backup order at your original entry target with a tight stop? Because I don't use a stop, Gilo. So basically my oil trade is on a prop account. I don't position trade oil. So my entry, the reason my entry is here, yeah, is because of this propulsion gap. So we've come through that. We've put in a hammer. So what I am looking for now is, if you look, let's look at it close up. You probably can't see what I'm talking about. So this is a propulsion gap formed by this accumulation break. Okay, this gap. What we have done is we have pushed down hard twice into this propulsion gap. Then we've put in a hammer. The reason the entry is there is because this is a propulsion gap. So there is a possibility of pushing into it and coming out. If we get halfway through that propulsion gap above here, I'm happy to get in. Then we've got that as a potential backstop. We might find problems when we get there as well. So that's why my entry is there. It's above the propulsion gap. I could have put it above there with a tight stop. What would have happened? Stopped out. Yeah. My stop loss on this would be below this propulsion. But until that order triggers, I don't know where I'm going to put my stop. I will hear that order trigger. I've got an alert set up. I will be told when that order triggers into the market. I thought it had triggered earlier, but it wasn't. I'll be told when that triggers, and then I will look at it and see what's going on. It's not a fair value gap, Gordy. It's a wide range bar. Yeah, that's why that's how that order's been played. There are some basic parallels in your concepts. The reason there's basic parallels in all concepts is because everything is the same thing. I don't trade anything different. Don't forget, I've been trading for 15 years. I've had many mentors. I've done many courses. I've been taught many things. It's all the same. I'm repeating everything I've been taught. It's the same stuff. However, I have a problem with that being called an FVG because it was created by a guy called M.A. Perry and it's called a wide range bar. That's the only thing I have a problem with. This is the wide range bar hidden gap indicator created by M.A. Perry. And M.A. Perry, I can always find his website because it's really old. Yeah, M.A. Perry, this is his website. Okay, do you think, just off the top of your head, guess, do you think he was around before ICT? This is his website, right? This is the guy that came up with the WRB concept, the wide range bar. Wide range bar zone. Yeah. So, you know, everything, like I said it many times, I've no problem with anybody trading or teaching anything, obviously. It's not my place. I don't care. However, if you're in here, that is a propulsion gap. That's what I call it. And a propulsion gap is what I call a wide range bar, which is created by a guy called M.A. Perry over 25 years ago. I don't use terminology from ICT because it's his terminology. ICT traders use ICT's terminology. I don't use it. because I don't do ICT. There you go. Not telling you off, just telling you. Have you ever heard of a guy called Steve Marrow? Yeah, of course I have. BTMM, Beat the Market Maker. They focus on peak formation lows and 3-level pushes before peak formation lows and the cycle starts again. Yeah. Yep. I used to have a dashboard which had peak formation. You'll hear me every now and again use the terminology peak formation low. Again, exactly what I was just saying. Peak formation low is the end of a market structure cycle. So, but the three pushes, go and do analysis on 3 pushes. Right? 2 important points. If I ask 5 or 10 of you to go off and give you a chart and come back and give me an analysis of a 3-bar push or a 3 push move, you will all give me different things, because some people will go, that is 1, that is 2, that is 3. Others will go, that is 1, that is 2, that is 3. Others will go, that is 1, that is 2, that is 3. Yeah? See the problem? It's completely discretionary. So you can't use that methodology. You can measure it. You could say a 3-bar push has to be an ADR, for example, which is fine. Go back in history and try and find me examples of 3 pushes that are ADRs. Some of you will come back with an ADR. Some of you come back with examples which are 125 to 75 ADR. Others won't be able to come back with any because you won't find them. It's all completely discretionary. So I used to have a dashboard, and what the dashboard did was it took a peak formation low, it used the 1-hour chart, and when you got a new break of structure on the hourly, it would start measuring and it would take an ADR. And what the dashboard did was, as price pushed away, it would give me a measurement of how many pushes we're at. And so what you would have is, you would have, this is 1 push away, this is 2 push away, this is 3 push away, light up green. Then it would go 4, 5, 6. And I'd be like, oh, hang on. Oh, hang on. We're in the second lot of 3-bar pushes. Yeah. What's that? A squeeze. Like everything. It works and it doesn't. Every strategy, every course, every methodology you learn is going to be exactly the same. It's going to give you a win and a lose. It's all the same stuff. What you will find is, if you do find 3-bar pushes, they will usually stop at a propulsion gap or an area of previous resistance, support, turn, resistance. Previous support, wide range bar, turn. 1, 2, 3. It's all the same stuff. So what do you need to learn? Support and resistance, market structure. So I've boiled everything I've learned for 15 years, every course I've consumed. Steve Marrow, big fan. This is why Steve Marrow sent me off on the ADR road. M pattern, you'll hear me say the terminology M pattern, W pattern. What is it? A market structure shift. Yeah, I was taught market structure before I ever found any of these guys. I was taught market structure, but I didn't use it. I came back to it after Steve Marrow had started going, hang on a minute, I recognize that. That's Elliott wave. Oh no, it's market structure. Oh yeah, that's all the same stuff. It's all the same stuff. All the same stuff. So if you boil your life down to one thing, market structure and support and resistance, you've pretty much got it. And then if you do that and become consistently good at that, and then remove your stop loss, you become consistently profitable. And that's exactly the course I took. I'd say not the course. There's no course. Well, my course is that, but that's the road I took to get to where I am. And part of that was Steve Marrow. Definitely. They're all good teachers. Everybody's a good teacher. Everybody's concepts are good. Steve's, ICT's, Kunal Desai was one of my mentors for ages in the stock market. Loads of people out there doing good stuff, and it's all the same stuff at the end of the day. What's your opinion on SP? I'll tell you later when the market opens. S&P doesn't open till 1:30. Haven't slept since December. Guess when I downloaded the MT4. How many? Yeah, if that's trading. How many trades on average do you make per day? I have no idea. I can tell you that the H1M5 strategy makes 7 trades per week on average. 1 a day. There you go. 1 a day. 1 a day. Yeah, that FVG needs to be filled. Yeah. Really base, really is the third bar push. Yeah, it's the same as, like I said, if you follow three bar push strategy, yeah. So basically, you're looking for 3 market structure shifts. Yeah, upside, and the original one. Then yeah, short it there, but that will either happen or that will happen, won't it? So you either go to a 4 or you'll come back to a 2. What's the odds? Everything's 50-50. Everything. This is a 50-50 industry. Thought you might, as you mentioned, peak formations. Yeah. It is discretionary. Everything's discretionary. Elliott wave's discretionary. Trend lines, channels, everything that is discretionary. Support and resistance is discretionary. Yeah, I've drawn that there, that blue box. And the reason I've drawn it there is because I am using the high of that candle and the low of that candle to draw my resistance area. That's my resistance area. Doesn't mean it's right or accurate, but that's my resistance area. That's where I think we're going to. It might go to there. I don't know. It's completely discretionary. Support resistance is discretionary. Again, you can't teach an exact way to draw support and resistance. You can teach someone how to draw a support and resistance, but there's no science. It has to be wicks, it has to be candles, it has to be this, that, and the other. It's whatever it is. So, right, I'm going to leave it there. It's lunchtime. I'll be back at 1:20 for the New York session. And if you need anything, I'll be in the Telegram group. 39 posts. So this is my life. I stream, I answer Telegram, I have food, I stream, I answer Telegram, I have food, I sleep. Life of a trader. Right, I'm going to disappear. There's a dark haze on one half of your monitor. No, not that I can see. Maybe it's your monitor. I don't know. Right, I'll be back this afternoon at 1:20. Have a good one. Anything else you need, let me know. I'll be in the Telegram group. Otherwise, hopefully, I will see you at 1:20 for the New York session. Oh, yeah, somewhere in there, there's spinning as well, Diamond, correct. That's in the evenings after dinner. I'll catch you this afternoon.